Morning, glasses. Dave, can you hear me? God morgen, Lars. Let's see if this sounds alive. The ITOs all calling the raft at the turn cans, the naughty chicks.
Yeah, the naughty raft.
Jumping in.
balance. So people are catching up slowly. I think it's evening out. We've seen good quality from a lot of countries here.
12 kg is your weight for K2. Junior women will be on the water in boats exactly like that. Let's have a look at what you can expect.
Really stacked field. Swedes there, fourth at the Europeans. Langlund and Hinge, Denmark under them. Then the two Hungarian boats. The first one European champion, second one world champion already. Then the Japanese, Nomura and Nakaji, Summit and Behrens, Benitez and Vukonic from Argentina. The Australians, Murray and Parrish, Singer and Smith. Singer so good yesterday, as was Rosa below her, silver medal yesterday and up for more today. Do That and Catalano, both really good yesterday. Catalano was really good, and Do That, although she didn't get a solid result in the end, she did a really good race. The Italians, Chiesa and Candela, Blanco and Trinidad, Martinez and Zornoza. Zornoza third in this race last year with a different partner, and they're off and away. First to show, 4 up from the bottom, is Argentina's Do That and Catalano. Even closer to us is the Spaniards, Blanco and Trinidad. But on the far side, the two Hungarian crews lined up together are just about hitting the front now. It's the main gang.
It's Molnar and Josa.
Molnar, of course, hideous day yesterday. She got about as far as they are now before taking a swim. And she'll be keen to rectify that today. Hungary. Just checking some. Yeah, Argentina next to them. The Argentinians just put in a strong team, whatever race they're in. There's always, if they're entered, you've got to consider them to be contenders. There's the second Argentinian crew in the background there. Coming round on the far right of your screen is Sweden. Strong Spanish pull into the V there.
Beautifully done.
And the Hungarians keen to string this out. This is
a juggernaut start
super sharp
from both Hungarian boats.
Super sharp. And those distances are beginning to stretch already.
It's already there's a 4-boat wedge already forming at the front of this race.
So Molnar and Josa. They were world champions last year and looking every inch like they might be this year. Early days, obviously, but they certainly are looking strong. So we've got Hungary, Argentina, and I believe it's Spain, which will probably be Martinez and Zornoza. And then it's a trail back. Far left, oh, just missed, sorry, won't fill you in on that detail later. But
pace tipping off, but mission accomplished. They've already put space between themselves and 80% of the field. 4 boats down. Oh, we've got swimmers. It's the Kiwi boat.
Australians, Parrish and Murray.
Yeah.
That's an unlucky break for them. The Spaniards in the front group there are Blanco and Trinidad. So Blanco and Trinidad, the Spanish crew that hold so solidly into that V from behind there. So they've got a turn of speed, and we're down to 4.
Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking for the Aussies.
We didn't see what happened, but it doesn't take much. Just a knock on the paddle sometimes.
When you're redlining in that boat, it takes a tiniest clip of a paddle onto somebody else's boat and you can be over in a jiffy.
So 2 groups now formed. The red boat.
And 2 boats trying to bridge onto the front 4. You saw the Hungarians having put in a really hot minute and a half. Just tap off the pace. They were comfortable with what they'd achieved, but what they have done in the process is open the door for 2. Well, one, the red boat is definitely bridging up to them.
Could be the second Spanish crew. It's quite hard to tell from the view we got, but when we get back down there and see the numbers, we'll be able to fill you in. The Italians leading the chase group with Great Britain to their right. That Great British crew, they're prepared to work. that gap isn't final yet, but it is a big gap. Then that one lone crew in the middle, potentially Sweden. They were over that side. The red boat trying to get in contact. They'll try and go around the left of the second Hungarians. They're making their way up now. That is such hard work. They need to get in front of the Hungarians and cut into the first wash if they can.
They're pretty much up there. It looks like mission accomplished for them as they head up to that little elbow turn.
Their view now straight to the top turn. It's a 5-boat race. And you just see in the lead changing in that second group. Greta Rosa is going to try and close the gap with Sienna Payne.
That's the Aussies back on the water. Hats off to them. They could legitimately have bailed at this stage, but they're clearly going to put themselves back into the frame. Good on you.
It's going to be a long day for them.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the men's C1 are lining up on the start line.
Maybe a good opportunity to have a look at that start list before they get underway. Just while we're waiting for that, the Hungarian system is so supportive of juniors coming through the ranks with any sort of promise. One wonders how much time these two boats have been able to spend together in the preparation for this, with the support of the Hungarian school and sports structures, because they are looking so powerful.
Well, I mean, the two that are leading were world champions last year.
Yeah.
I think against the odds last year. I think they were sort of supposedly the weaker of the two crews, but they had a great race. And but we'll leave the women for the moment, and we'll go back to the start of the under-23 men's C1. Just one boat going rogue there, at 90 degrees to the course. Maybe he's got a different plan, but here we go. Mate Zidai, Mohamed Ibrahim, Linus Goosen, Jamie Duro, world and European champion, Rio Ozumi, Eric Vilga, think second in Europe, Diego Pinheiro and Eduardo Callo. Diego Pinheiro, third at the World Championships last year. He's second up from the bottom. But the big man in the middle, Jamie Duro from Spain. They're all away cleanly. Plenty of space on this start line. And Duro 5 up from the bottom.
Good start from the Italian Callo at the bottom in the blue boat.
The Egyptian there at the back of the group. It's been here all week as part of the...
and has raced at every opportunity as well, which is good.
Yeah. Part of bringing the program that's trying to bring new nations into the sport. It's going to be a long journey for him, but everyone has to start somewhere.
Callo, the only one that looks capable at this stage of matching Duro. Desperate to try and get onto the wash before Duro gets any further away.
Top of your screen there in the white shirt was Zidai from Hungary, but only fourth at the European Championships for Zidai. That's him just
He's
working his way up, trying to get on that flat water just to the outside of the waves. So we've currently got Spain, Italy, Poland, Spain again, and Hungary working super hard on the outsides. Pace has slowed down. You can see the gaps all closing up now. So two Spaniards. Hungarian in trouble directionally there. Just moving out again to get clear water. Duro untroubled at the front.
Duro's achieved what he would have wanted to achieve at this stage. Just put everybody else under pressure.
Callo's managed to get round the back of Duro and up to the left-hand side, which suits the side he's paddling on. Commented on it yesterday. The people who paddle on the right like to wash hang on the left, and vice versa. That's just because steering and paddling is easier. The wave drags you, sucks you into their boat, and your paddle is pushing you away. The two counteract each other.
Yeah, Carlo can chill at this stage, but there's quite a panic amongst the other Spanish and the other Pole to try and get into contact and get onto that wave.
Hungarian having all sorts of trouble, just tapping the back of someone's boat as he went across the back of the group there. That's why he fell back another couple of lengths. 2 Spaniards together, Italy looking strong, and Poland on the outside there in the white boat, red shorts.
Only person who doesn't look like he's going to be able to make that group is Ryo Oizumi, the Japanese paddler, as much as he'd like to.
Yep, he's the one to the right of screen there in the black outfit. So junior women K2 should be comfortably round the turn and on their way back by now, as we watch the under 23 men.
It's a five lapper for them, so it's 17.5 Ks, 5 laps, 4 of them with portages.
And
right.
there we are.
Back to the junior women.
No real change at the front. It's the 4-boat group. The red boat of Spain didn't, which is Martinez and Donosa, didn't make it back. Last time we saw them, they were nearly there, and now they're not. So it's a 4-boat front group.
And the pace has definitely settled down after a furious start from the 2 Hungarians, which was also just a statement of intent, I think, more than anything else. They certainly weren't going to try and win it from there, but they wanted to try and draw a line in the sand to the other crew saying, look, this is what we're capable of doing. You want to play with us, you're going to play on these terms. And that message was very effectively conveyed.
All 4 of these looking super comfortable. There is no stress at all in that front group.
Looking very chilled, It's
very hard to understand how the second group can't just close the gap when the front group are going at that pace.
Just loping.
But it doesn't quite work like that. There's waves to climb over, and although those front people look like they're loping along, they're super efficient. Look at the timing in that front Hungarian boat.
Yeah, it's super impressive.
Got a penalty going to the Danes. I would imagine that's for some sort of infringement on the turn. Maybe missed a turn buoy. Compare the stroke rate of the leader of the front group and the leader of the second group. And it's very hard to see why one's in the front group and one's in the second group. But that's to do with power, how you transfer that power into the water and ultimately into the boat. So we've got a group of 4 and a group of 6.
Let's circle back to what I was saying earlier, and how if your school and your sport system allows you to spend significant amount of time training together, in the boat together, in the gym together, connecting as personalities, there's just that little extra purple patch you find when you jump into a boat with somebody with whom you just click. That boat, that almost unspoken cadence, that momentum, that rhythm that comes instinctively rather than having to be forced and worked. And that Molnar Joseph boat is just oozing that right now.
Does look super good. So our front 4, we've got Janka Rees and Claudia Comitio from Hungary. Kinga Molnar and Hanna Josa leading, also from Hungary. From Argentina, Benitez and Vuconic, and from Spain, Blanco and Trinidad. They've got a bottom turn to do, 1 more big lap before they start their laps with portages. And this is pretty much just a journey for these guys. Super easy in the back there for the second Hungarian crew. Having a little chat together. You wonder what they chat about, but that could be literally anything. It could be, can you slow down a little bit? Sometimes in the front there, the back person doesn't really feel where the wave is as well as the front one. Back person can be overworking. They need to be told to calm down a bit. Or it might be that they're leaning. Oh, here we go.
That's exactly what you were hinting at, Ivan. That pace was a little bit slack, and Molnar, they've got a sniff of the fact that chasing pack is suddenly on their rudder. So The hammer has been dropped as they come down to the turn.
And the second Hungarian crew has not stayed with that, despite being in the V. So I think they're uncomfortable in that second boat. I was going to go on to say, sometimes you chat with your partner if you've got a lean or something like that, but they didn't match that change of pace. And being in the V-wash, that should have been it should have been easy, basically, to stay in there. And they're off the back of that group. Whether they get back or not, it's fairly immaterial now. That shows that they're caught for speed, they're caught for pace.
That's great news for the Argentinians and the Spanish, because sitting on a bunch of 4 with 2 Hungarian boats is pretty intimidating. You always puzzle about just how potent the team tactic would be, and whether it would be in the national interest to try and rub off those boats and make it difficult.
Stressful times for that second Hungarian crew. Here they come now. Now they've straightened up and slowed down. Look at the rate stop. The front of that, they're just saying no, not going anymore. That stopped. The second group's going to catch up, and then. Oh, maybe not. Here they go again.
The second
that
Argentinian.
But why? In the downtime, the second Hungarian boat didn't get back on the V.
There's no connection between the two. There's no communication.
That second Hungarian crew's doomed.
And they're going to get gobbled up by the pack that's been led by the Argentinian boat. In fact, they're snaking all over the place to try and find the white. They've got that target on their back feeling.
You know what? They're uncomfortable in the messy water behind the group. That tells me they've got an uncomfortable lean. They're just not sitting right. You'll find one of them will be leaning right, one will be leaning left. They're okay in the flat. They can move up again. But they're making a proper, hard job of what should be the easiest job in the world, just sitting in that front V. That second group has got some solid workers in it, though. The Argentinians, the second Argentinian crew of Duthat and Catalano, they were both good yesterday. We know they're going to be okay in the long run. They've got the assistance of Rosa and Payne. Rosa is more than happy to do her share of the work. And then we had the Spanish crew in the red boat, Martinez and Donosa.
The Danes, Frida Hinger and Andrea Langelund.
And through goes the Hungarian second crew. I think leading is probably their best option to get their boat organised again. There's the Germans, 226. That's Sommer and Behrens, 5th at the European Championship, but they are not going to be 5th today, that's for sure.
The one takeaway from yesterday's racing, when we look at the Argentinians, both Duthat and Catalano showed us that the skills are good, but they've got a tenacity and a fight in them, which is always going to make them a factor. And when things get destabilized and destructured, that's when they really come to the fore. And you saw them driving that hunting pack, which came tantalizingly close to reconnecting with the front four.
What is going on here? We've got the same leaders. The other Hungarians are back in the V already, having come all the way up the side. They're now back in the V.
Where they were struggling.
Where they were struggling anyway. This seems a little bit bizarre. Potentially, maybe the steering's a problem in that boat. Or maybe there's just a problem. Who knows?
Not settled.
Sweden in that second group too. That's Nilsson and Nilsson. They were 4th at the European Championship, so quality there as well. It's a solid chasing pack. So this race is far from over, unless that front Hungarian crew of Molnar and Josa just press on. They seem to have the ability to stretch the groups at will. South Africans in that group too?
Yes, they are. Having both put their hands up in singles yesterday, Holly Smith and Georgia Singer.
It's not a well-organised second group, is it? We've got 2 people chasing at the same time.
Yeah, with the Argentinians at the front, there was just a desperation. It was quite a frantic chase. So I don't think it was particularly well organised, and they would do well to just take a deep breath and start composing themselves and working as a unit, because their hopes of a podium individually as crews is going to hinge on that group collectively working tighter.
A couple of minutes each for 3 of those crews could close that gap. The only problem when you do that is when you get to within jumping distance of the front group, it's all each to their own, and you have it. If you're the one who's caught up, you can get stitched up very easily. So there's a reluctance over the last bit, but to close the main gap, that group is working hard. I think it's the Argentinians doing the work there.
Yeah.
Spaniards on the V, Great Britain to their right, Italians I think to their left with Chiesa and Candela. South Africa, Sweden in positions that are slightly less idyllic out to the right.
But they're in the frame.
Italians dropping in behind. It's very hard to get a view on the distances here. I think it's Great Britain leading now, Spain to their left. Gap is closing. And there's the C1s, Spain, Spain and Poland. So that's going to be Duro, Pinheiro, first and third at the Worlds last year, and Poland's Wilga, who was second at the Europeans this year. So probably no surprises to any of them that it's split in that way. And just behind is Zidai and the Italian Calo.
After such a good start, I mean, Calo came out of the blocks like a scalded cat and just looked to be up for it. I'll take you back to the junior women's K2 race. The Hungarian game plan is clearly to flex muscle as much as they can early on and assert themselves. But that comes at a cost. If you land up doing that every 3 or 5 minutes, you're burning precious matches. And over the 17 Ks they're going to be racing, they might just be ripe for the picking at the end. Unless they have really got the conditioning to be able to do that every 5 minutes for 2 hours.
I think if you're talking matches, I think Molnar and Joseph have got one of those family packs that you can use, and they're the ones that go, those big boxes that go in your cupboard, and they come out every Christmas. So I don't think they're going to run out of matches. I think the second Hungarian crew looks bizarrely vulnerable, and there's something odd there going on. You can't fall out of a V-wash and then come round the outside, and so something odd's going on. It could be equipment, could be discomfort in the boat. But here at the front of the C1, it's Eric Wilga leading the two Spaniards. This is the chase pack of two, Hungary and Italy, with Zidai and Calo.
Zidai's not comfortable with that. He wants to try and erase, Control Alt Delete the distance between the two of them, and this is where it's a tough time to try and do it.
Again, he looks a little bit less comfortable in his boat, doesn't he, Zidai? It looks not as fluid, the movement. I'm in no position at all to comment on
technique,
canoe technique, but
you can see
these three look rhythmical and smooth, and Zidai looks like he's really heaving that boat along.
And the winner in that picture is Calo, because he's just sitting on the wave while Zidai flails away in desperation to try and narrow the gap, and Calo's just sitting there like the Uber passenger in the back. Take that.
So that gap is closing thanks to Zidai's efforts. They come round the bottom turn for the first time. Still a 5-boat race. So all 5 round comfortably. Calo, Wilga and Pinheiro. Pinheiro closest to us.
Eric Wilga's just got one of those, maybe I'm conditioned to seeing a strong man in a Polish paddling kit in a C1 just being a dominant character, but he just looks like he belongs in that boat. He's just so comfortable and so grooved.
I miss the era of bandanas in C1, so it's gone to backwards caps now. In my day it was bandanas and Speedos. You weren't anything in a C1 without a bandana and a set of Speedos, and now the caps have superseded bandanas, and I feel the sport's missing something.
Lawler, I'm going to remove you from any discussion to do with fashion or cool, because you're not qualified.
I have no basis to talk about either.
No.
But that doesn't worry me. I've never let a lack of information stop me talking before, and this isn't the time to start. So it looks like Calo could be making a run. He's used, like you say, the Uber of Zidai to get him close enough to these three. And he seems to have made a break on his own. He's broken away from Zidai and is trying desperately to make contact with these three.
Yeah, I think he sensed that Zidai wasn't going to be able to have the burn to get back up into the front, so he took the taxi ride around the turn and has decided that if his only hope of turning 3 into 4 at the front would be to do it alone.
Yeah. These three are all pretty much working within themselves. So there's your timeline, bottom of the screen. It looks pretty bleak, doesn't it, at this early when you've got
Hell, it looks a
when
long
you've
way
only
from there.
covered about 2 centimetres and you've got about 60 centimetres to go.
That's a bruising graphic, actually, because they're
Yeah.
on lap 2.
Yeah. Well, no, these are portages listed
Yes,
here.
yes.
So it's it's tough. And again, all those distances obviously are relative to the size of your TV.
The beauty about this shot is it gets a sense. We talk about Zidai being desperate and flailing away to try and get back on. His stroke rate is almost double the three
Yeah.
leaders who are going at a quicker pace.
And that just smacks of an inefficiency somewhere in that stroke, and it's the same with the kayak strokes as well. Across the front here, from Japan, is Ryo Ozumi. Still moving well, and about probably 500 meters down on the leaders at the moment.
Which is no man's land. I mean, that's got a long, lonely race written all over it. If you're genetically advantaged to being a seaboat paddler, it's long legs and long arms. It definitely does advantage you. So that's
here we are. We've had the change. So we got Spain in the
Game
red
on.
boat, now leading. That's the boat of Martinez and Donosa leading. The Hungarians to their left, Argentinians to their right, who've been there all the time. Coming up on the outside in the purple boat is the South Africans. They're going to want to get closer to the centre of the group. Second Argentinians, who were doing all the leading, are out of shot though, and they're off the back, which seems like a bit of a harsh result for them.
They were very aggressive at the front of that
Yeah.
chasing pack. So certainly is not the reward that they perhaps deserved for being able to get that bunch close enough to bridge.
So on the far side, we'll go from no, we won't. We'll go from left to right. We've got South Africa, Argentina, Spain. Who's in the back? Don't really know. Then we've got Hungary to the left of Spain, Hungary to the left of Hungary, and Great Britain closest to us.
And the pace is picking up.
Spaniards pushing on.
Everyone is good for it. It's a lickety split front bunch, this.
Instigated by the purple boat of South Africa, who fancied their chances of coming round the Argentinians, and the Spanish were not having that. They like it as it is.
They're listening to you, Ivan. They're looking for a cozy wave in the middle.
Yeah.
A little bit of diamond would be good for them right
Yeah,
now.
it would. So Spain 1 leading with Spain 2 on the V-wash, and that is Blanco and Trinidad. South Africans just dropping round. They're going to come behind the Hungarians. A hard effort now up into that V. We'll see them settled. Good thinking from the driver. Who's driving that one, Dave? We've got...
They're out of shot.
I'm putting you under pressure here. It's Singer and Smith.
I think it's Georgia in the front of that boat.
Whoever it is, thinking clearly.
There's Mal, yeah. Are they happy now just to
I think it's
bide their time on the outside after having asserted themselves? They clearly look like the strongest boat off the line, Molno and Jose.
I don't think the Hungarians have got, well, the lead boat in the Hungarians. That's the white boat with the black underside is their stronger boat, and I don't think they've got any real problems. It's Holly Smith, I think, driving the South African boat. And here goes Hungary 2. Hungary 1 won't have that because they don't want to be squeezed into the group with only about a minute and a half to the portage. So we're going to see. Spaniards have held them all, you know. That's the whole group sped up. The Hungarians that instigated that have got absolutely nowhere and now are falling back. And that won't suit Great Britain, who are to their left. But the Spaniards are looking good there. South Africans look good. Spaniards in the white boat also look good. That's Blanco and Trinidad.
But it is 7 boats coming into the portage. This will be interesting.
I'd stay well away from that second Hungarian boat in a situation like this. South Africans are going to be pushed across. It's all settled okay. Spain are going to lead in. No, they're not. It's going to be the Hungarians leading into the portage. Argentina in the blue boat. Spain, Argentina going right. Hungary coming left, along with the second Spaniards, Blanco and Trinidad. Great Britain coming left, South Africa going right, and they've all got out in the end.
4 left,
Good
3
job
right.
from Greta Rosa there to go round the outside of that.
Oh, let the boat go.
That's comedy. Argentinians.
That's well rescued.
One thing you need when you leave a portage is your boat. Spaniards, Blanco, they had to empty out. They're struggling off the back of this group at the moment, but it's the strongest Hungarian crew leading from the Spanish now, who have really stepped up in the last 20 minutes of this. Well, yeah, the last 20 minutes of this race. So
Rice and Cometio.
that's the, that's not the strongest boat, is it?
That's
this
right.
is this is the strong
that's
boat.
Molnar.
So
That's Rice
it
and
was
Cometio
Molnar
who've
that
been
had
in-
to.
Yeah,
empty out. So
the boat that you've ID'd as having the black hull
is actually,
Janka Rice and Claudio Cometio.
You know what that is? A mistake right there.
Put your hand up and just wear it on the schnoz.
So here goes.
And they've gone too. Spaniards are leading the fight back.
Spaniards look good. So it's Rice and Cometio, European champions, leading at the moment. And leading very, very well.
So we've lost 1 boat out of the 7 in that portage. Was that the boat that was left on the portage pontoon?
Trying to think who we're missing.
The Argentinians. That's Duthat and Catalano.
They're having a tough day. I would have hoped for more for them today. The Spaniards are going to catch the Hungarians. They've done a lot of work, that red boat. South Africans on the outside. Great Britain behind the red boat of Spain. And Argentina in the blue boat. Hungary at the back of the field at the moment.
The chasing 5 are reeling in Rice and Cometio.
Hungary just not looking like they want to get involved with the group at all.
Yeah, and it's an suboptimal looking group at this stage.
Lead changes. Argentina going to take up the pool.
Yeah.
Great Britain move across onto the tail of Argentina. Will they go up the left or stay on the V and hope the South Africans come round their outside? Currently staying on the half V behind Argentina. South Africa's struggling a bit now, just falling back a little bit, as are those Hungarians who are kind of just almost clueless. They really don't seem to have a plan to join in with the rest of them.
The 2 things I read out of that picture: that super strong boat of Molnar and Josa are just content to do things entirely their own way. They don't think anybody else is going to get.
That's them there. I mean,
but collectively, I don't think those chasers believe that this breakaway by Rice and Cometio is going to stick. So they're just not stressed by it.
Germans running through the portage. That's Summer and Behrens.
Interesting, racing in her glasses. I heard a discussion yesterday about people who need glasses and whether it's a doable thing in something like a long haul on a marathon race to be in glasses. You're a glasses wearer. Are you racing your glasses?
No, because I think when I'm racing, everything looks a lot better in soft focus.
Cooler.
I think, yeah.
You take the blur.
Yeah, I'll go with blur. And I only use the glasses for reading. Well, I only pretend I can read. But I use them when I've got paper in front of me. It's a good look.
Or pictures to look at.
Yeah. When I colour in with glasses, I don't go over the lines.
Oh, right.
But
okay. That's the execution bit.
Yeah.
Accuracy of execution.
Denmark, tough day for them. Inge and Langland.
They picked up that early penalty, remember?
Oh, they've had to stand for 15 seconds
been
at the penalty box here.
In the naughty box. We cheekily yesterday referred to that raft at the top turn can as the naughty chair for the RTOs. It's now a legend in the RTO ranks that you're being sent to the naughty chair if you.
We'll leave the women there and come back to the canoes, and that chase from Callow didn't stick. He's back with the Hungarian, and it's the same three, the usual suspects at the front: Poland, Spain and Spain. So the men's C1, 5 laps and 4 portages, just the same as the junior women's K2. So they're coming up for their.
It's an interesting sort of saddle phase in your paddling
portage.
career, because Eric Wilger is the youngest of that bunch by quite a way. He's 3 years younger than the two Spaniards around him. So you have this little, and it's such a gift period in your career when you can perform as an under 23. It's a relatively short, 4 or 5 years in your paddling time where you can get to know and assert yourself as an international, knowing that it's going to be a springboard into your senior career.
I find it quite a confusing class, because a lot of the good guys are good by the time they're 19, 20, 21, and they're more than capable of racing the seniors. And and you saw Mads Pedersen win the under 23s and then the seniors back in China. So sometimes I question the purpose of it, but then other times it seems to make sense because it is that transition, and I guess it holds people in the sport for long enough so they can make that jump from junior to senior. But
and for people of the class of Pedersen, and I'll take you to Hamish Lovemore as well, it creates a real conflict, because you're almost feeling confined to being restricted to an under 23 race when you know you've got the capacity and the desire to take on the seniors and show them what you can do.
Yeah, and any time you put a restriction on the under 18s is basically only a 2-year window, really. Generally, for most people, they can only really at that sort of level between 17 and 18. The Australians running through the portage now after their early swim. They're going to get in from this, and they're going to see that there is a crew within about a minute and a half, 2 minutes of them, that they can begin to chase down. So they have got a job to do. They have got some motivation out there. So it's not all over for them, but it's certainly not the race they thought they were signing up for.
Yeah, it just shouts out that there's serious heart in this crew. We would have completely understood if they'd tapped to the side and dissolved into a puddle of tears, but they've done the exact opposite. So the C1s
coming in for portage number 1.
And it's the same. Jaime Duro, Eric Wilger, and Diego Pinheiro.
Spanish always, well, we saw them in the short course yesterday on the portages. Spanish C1 men, they're always very fast across the land. So they won't have any problem. Just to move up on the left of that group. And Spain take the lead from Poland. Poland just dropping over the back of Spain to come up the left-hand side. There's not going to be a lot of room there around the turn, that's for sure. And it's Spain, Poland just on the wrong side of that buoy. He's opting to carry on rather than go back, but he will be pulled over, I'm sure, for a 15-seconder.
That's a not negotiable 15.
That's a non.
Doesn't help when the commentators find it and yell out to the RTOs who's sitting listening to the
feel
stream.
Partly a little bit guilty there.
We've thrown him under the bus.
We have just thrown poor old Eric Wilger under the bus by pointing that out on commentary. But he knows. He knows. So now it's a 2-horse race between the Spaniards. Wilger won't be able to catch them up. from what will be 20 seconds behind by the time he gets there. Quick empty of the boats, look over the shoulder.
See if he gets actually pulled into the naughty chair right now.
Excuse me.
Into the seconding lane. Getting fresh juice. Such an important part of your support structure to be able to do that seamlessly.
There's a big gap opened up between the two Spaniards.
And it's early on in the race.
The pole hasn't been pulled over on this lap. So the information hasn't got to the penalty box.
So there are two lanes in the seconding zone. Normally the athletes will run down the side closest to the lake. There is a second lane on the right-hand side as they come down, which is specifically for collecting your juice. So if you want to go and meet your designated team support person, they are there with a fresh juice bag. You can drop your old juice bag if it's midway through the race and you finished it. Now have a look here. This is exactly what's happening here with the Italian. You'll see the seconding person is now putting a new drinking system full of fresh cold juice in it.
You see the white line where he stopped. There's a limit as to how far those support people can run in there. If you haven't changed your athlete's drink or whatever they want between those two white lines, then you can't do it at all.
The other important thing about that, Ivan, is that it's just a little bit of contact for moral support, and
that counts for a lot sometimes.
And your little techie person that's doing that job will often drop the juice bottle into the boat, and for the rest of that portage, just run alongside with a big pat on the back and just fire them up. It can be really useful.
Hungarian still prepared to work hard. There's the three at the front. Paddles down for a second. They've all regrouped. So it's still a group of three and a group of two. But at the end of the next lap, for sure, this will be broken up. There's the confirmation of it. Penalty 15 seconds for Poland. And I don't know, he's dropping around the back of the Spanish pair at that time because he has to. He's trying to, he can't steer around the outside of the bend on the outside with his paddle on that side and on the wash on that side. So he's ducking in to try and get into the right position for him to get around the turn and just miss the buoy. Just whether a wave pushes you out, whether it's such fine margins.
If you were Vilga, what would you have preferred? I mean, he knows he missed that buoy. We certainly didn't help his attempts to try and disguise it because we publicized it to the globe.
Yep.
I know what happens in the ITO's hut is that there will be a report from the marshal which is radioed, and it is reviewed by the ITOs upstairs. You've got access to really good video, so they probably took a little while to rewind that and double check that there wasn't an extenuating circumstance, and then made the call once he had gone through the portage. But surely you would have preferred to be pulled into the naughty chair immediately, knowing that it's coming, and give yourself more time.
So all change back in the ladies. That Hungarian crew in the black and white boat still not been caught, but that chase group is diminished somewhat. We're down to Great Britain, Spain and South Africa. That may be just because we haven't got the wide enough shot to show the others, but it definitely looks. So there's Rees and Comito, your European champions, ahead of just three, but that second Hungarian crew nowhere now. So Rosa leads the chase from the Spaniards, South Africans, and it's a three-boat chase now. So Rosa and Payne very much in this game still. Hungarians looking strong. We've seen this so many times where the Hungarians get away and just keep pressing on. Spaniards taking up the chase. South Africans dropping round.
They've been content to bide their time on that chasing bunch. They haven't really forced the pace.
I mean, there's your world champions right there. Back with the Argentinians and just not exuding.
Not much urgency in that at all, Ivan.
Yeah, that's the crew that set off at the start and nearly pulled the whole field apart.
Yep.
You know, sickness maybe. Who knows? This front crew was the crew that was struggling in those early days.
haven't you swallow your words there, because you
I
really
wrote
were,
them off.
yeah,
Yeah.
you were pulling a pencil line through that crew.
Like we said yesterday, I mean, pretty much what we say doesn't count for much, does it?
Well, it does the opposite, I think.
I know we like to think it does, but yeah.
The Argentinians, Celestina Benitez and Priscilla Vuconic. And as you can see from the wide shot that our drone provides as they come down to the bottom turn can, just absolutely sublime conditions for marathon racing here at Lake Yelts.
We've got 3 good portaging crews chasing these Hungarians. So things should be... South Africans just keep getting a bit hassled at the back there. They don't seem quite as settled as they might.
And they're already slipping off the back of the chasing bunch as they do their bottom turn. But it's Rice and Cometa who are coming into the portage. They've gone left. Really determined pair this. Not the smoothest of exits. They nearly
just reached that boat. So Spain going right. Great Britain coming left.
South Africa going right.
Hungarians running well though.
Two young women on a mission. Just grit and determination.
So portage number 2.
Yep.
And here comes Spain. Great Britain and South Africa. Quite a long way.
Quite a long way off the back and going into the seconding lane.
Oh, they're not as far back as I thought. It's just 2-3 lengths. It's a meaningful group, this.
Well, it's a scrap for a medal, so they were...
South Africans back in the boat along with everyone else despite being a couple of lengths down. So well done from them on the portage. Rosa will lead, and for sure she will lead hard.
Give me names.
All the other crews in the background just seeing the Italians on the portage. These two have basically committed to a solo race now.
I've got to say...
These two have to be confused by what's happening. Head-on shot. There's the chase.
The shot we looked at a minute ago, that head-on shot of Janka Reis and Claudia Cometa, they just... The way that boat is functioning, the attitude that they've got, there's an intensity about them, which just... having said that, there's Cometa looking over his shoulder. There's a bit of chatter going on and a bit of strategy. They really look in a class of their own right now.
Once you've committed to this, you can't go back.
Yeah.
They're stuck now. I'm not saying they're stuck in a bad way, don't get me wrong, but they are stuck with the decision they've made. There's no going back. Through the portage,
Mohammed Gamal of Egypt. Busy week for this man. He's really given it 10/10. Just going to interrupt you very quickly. Looking for the parents of Aska and Tor, 3 and 6-year-olds who are in this area here, got disconnected from mum and dad. So if the parents of Aska and Tor, the kids are at the playground. 3 and 6-year-old Aska and Tor are looking for mum and dad right now. So if mum and dad are, don't know what mum and dad are doing, playing Viking game somewhere or sweet pancakes, but Aska and Tor are looking for you, mum and dad. This will have been the most fantastic week of learning the sport, learning its peoples, learning to race at the highest level. He would have learnt heaps, and it'll be such a worthwhile exercise. And one just hopes and prays that the momentum that's been started this week is going to continue in the career of Mohammed Gamal.
So there's the gap between the front runners and the chase group. It's increasing slightly. That chase group just have to hold on to it enough so that if there is any fading happening in the final stages, that they're still within shouting distance. So you've got to keep the momentum in that second group. The problem is there's 3 there.
Yeah, and you're going solo for 2 laps now.
Yeah, it's 3 in that group. If it was 2, you could share the lead and you'd know that you both get some reward at the end. But with 3, somebody's going to go short.
And they are looking organised now. It's been a bit of a hodgepodge chasing bunch, but there's a bit of purpose and a bit of shape and a bit of organization in it. And yeah, I mean, all you need to do is to start showing a little fatigue in the front, and they will be on you like a rash.
These were the Spanish in the white boat on the left of that group that were also really strong on the first lap. Sweden and Italy with them. So in front of them, Argentina and Hungary. They're going to make no forward progress. The chase group has just had a little paddles down episode, trying to decide who's leading next. So 58 metres, we'll keep tabs on that. Let's call it 60 metres between the lead group leaders and the chase group. So we're 60 metres. We'll try and remember that for you. Running through the portage, Germany and Denmark. German rudder's got a bit of weed hanging off it. That's the sort of thing you could run through the support lane for and ask your second to
flick it off,
take the weed off our rudder.
Luckily, that's not a factor on this course. I mean,
no, people talked about it when we first arrived that it could be a factor, but I haven't been out there and you've heard no one complain about it.
And nobody's putting on weed deflectors or anything dramatic like that.
No. So it's been an absolutely fantastic venue.
And as you mentioned yesterday, for those of you that weren't part of the recast feed, the tailor-made for a 3.5 kilometer marathon course.
Yeah.
You literally going end to end on Lake Else. Deep the whole way around. The minute you get round the corner, you're sheltered from the westerly wind, which is
an evolution here of the men's C1. The Hungarian now on his own with no Italian company. So chase group now of one. You've got to hand it to the man. He's not giving it up, is he?
He has, and just look, he's worked at 50% higher intensity than all the other competitors at the front of the race. So hats off to him. Some sort of exotic white duck in the front there.
There's the Italian. Way off the back now. He's a broken man.
Fallen off the back of the bus badly.
Lead changes, the front group. Spaniard comes into the lead, and the pole will drop up his left-hand side.
He's still got a long way to go in that race, so do you just consolidate the fact that this is our podium and we'll leave it for the last portage? And
I think they're genuinely untroubled by
there's everything to gain with that group happening together.
I mean, define working. It doesn't look particularly onerous, that work at the moment. The Italians
comes into play as well, Ivan, is so often these guys race and compete and more importantly train together.
Yeah.
It's becoming a feature of these young internationals that they will spend long times in another country training with them, and they become really good friends. So the chances are there's a banter going on there saying, guys, and there's a good positive vibe, a bond and a sense of united purpose. Let's leave this for the last 10 minutes. Just so noticeable from an athlete like Hamish Lovemore, who had a very successful year last year. Absolutely no secret that he went and trained with the Spanish as hard as they did, went and trained with the Danes as hard as they did. I see Josh Kippen training with the French. I mean, the world is a small place now, and there's a blurring, which is good. I think it raises the collective standard, but it also forges some really good friendships. It's one of the reasons why there's a really gentlemanly ethic in most of canoeing. I say most of canoeing. It's enough to say that it's a norm.
Yeah, they are all mates off. Well, not all. No,
most
of them are mates off the water. Here comes Japan running through the junior women's K2. That's Nomura and Nakaji.
In to get fresh juice.
225. Stopping for juice is not a good idea. This could be done more efficiently. Oh no!
This is a textbook way of how not to do it.
This is an education. There's a process of learning there that needs to be had.
Yeah, we need to have a quick chat about mobile drinking systems.
Yeah.
She's racing in a PFD. Interesting.
I think that was just to save her from the water that the coach was pouring over her head on the run there. Away they go.
think if you pop down to the Stroke to Mac tent where the ergos are in the back there, you'll find some really good drinking systems for next to nothing. So, game changer for the Japanese women.
I mean, that is a learning process. I mean,
we
made light of it, but actually the amount of refreshment either of those girls got there was minimal at best, and that doesn't serve them well for the next lap. And they lost a lot of time as well doing that. To stand still at any one point, you lose just acres of time. The Australians will be catching them up slow. I don't know. The gap's about the same as it was on the last lap. So it's about a minute and a half maybe.
Yeah, virtual high five to these two Aussie women emptying the boat. So the pumps are not working. It's been a great day, hasn't it? I mean,
probably
there's a lot of water.
Just as a heads up, if we're talking about learning, if you've got a boat full of water, empty it before you run 100 metres with it, rather than after you've run 100 metres with it. Yeah. It's those sort of things, just basic processes that, like I say, it's very easy for us to say that from here. We're not very stressed.
In the heat of the moment, yeah.
But they're your basics. You have to get the boat out safely, put it in safely, but empty it before you start running.
And we're adjusting drinking systems once we're on the water.
Back to the men's C1. They're coming around the bottom turn for their second portage. It's Jaime Duro, who was the fastest on the first portage. That's him in the lead in the black and white boat.
Pinheiro on his right. And the young Pole, Eric Vilga, on his left. All going left.
Remember, though, that Vilga will have to sit out a 15-second penalty.
Correct. And he knows it.
And that's for the Hungarian behind. That's a little
he's
lifeline.
Stepping over the boat. That's cheeky, knowing that you've got to... drags it over the corner. That's the famous corner, which is taken.
He'll be angled off to the side. He knows he's got his 15 to play, and this could break it up into a single file race.
He's taking some fresh juice on.
He's got that done. He'll have to put his boat down in the corner there. The clock will be started when he's stationary, and it's the longest 15 seconds of your life.
You can just
a little look over his shoulder to see where the Hungarian is.
And for all that hard work and endeavour, he's just... You're right, that's an eternity.
Very soon, 2, 1, go, and off he goes. It's not a terminal distance because...
Or more to the point, will they wait for him?
Pinheiro was not fast on the portage. So although he's lost 15 seconds on Duro, he hasn't lost 15 on Pinheiro. Duro looks over his shoulder.
I have a feeling you might let... The pace is going to slack up and they're going to let him rejoin. That speaks volumes about the character of the individuals in this picture.
What, they're lazy?
No, you jump. And I'll take you back to Vold in one of those long sprint races where Hamish Lovemore got caught up in the boys and got squeezed off the back of the bunch. It was Vold that actually said to the bunch, no, not a fair outcome to this race. We're going to put our pedals down and wait for him to rejoin. And those sort of things, I mean, have a bearing on the outcome of the race, but the consequences run long and far beyond that race in terms of your character and the relationships that you build with your fellow paddlers.
So, single file currently in the under-23 men's C1. So it's Spain from Spain, from Poland, from Hungary, who now has a little lifeline. Those gaps aren't closing.
Work to be done.
Those gaps aren't closing. Jaime Duro ahead and pulling further ahead, I think. But Poland's Eric Vilga, I think, is going to catch Pinheiro. But Duro away on his own. 42 metres the difference between Pinheiro and Duro. And I think that's just going to grow. Small lifeline for the Hungarian here.
Well, it's a double-edged sword, you know. All you have to do is to tap your pace back marginally enough to make it attractive for the other two to get back on board, they will both have to burn matches to get back on. You come across as the benefactor in the process, but you've taken a rest at the same time at a good time in the race as you're heading into the last lap and a bit.
Only 2 long laps to go for their final lap, and I think the brake's been made. Duro's off. Pinera is going to be caught by Vilga. Oh, no, I haven't said that. Oh,
no,
he just stopped paddling.
He's chilling.
But I don't think the others have got it in them to close him down.
The pole is up for it. He's coming past and is driving that pace. So I think you'll find them back together sooner rather than later.
The graphics doing them no favours. It hasn't got them past point 1 yet.
No. The data we get from these GPS trackers is so valuable, and 90% of the time gives us an incredibly accurate picture. But like somebody said to me last night, I think somebody's playing Rubik's Cube with the data because it sometimes gets incredibly jumbled.
So there's the Hungarian K2, still working super hard. But they haven't pulled out an unbreakable distance yet on the chase group of Spain, Great Britain and South Africa. It's a C1 next in the space, but here's the 3 chasers. And I don't think this is over yet.
C1 might be in their way as they come down to the turn and not obliged to get out of the way.
They may use some obliging terminology as they approach him.
Universally understood
to suggest
language.
that he may want to get out of the way.
He is right in the way.
And he's going to go wider than they will want to go now.
Go inside him. Oh, that's clear.
Going inside is a high risk on a C1.
There's a boy in the way.
It's a high risk on C1, and it was too high a risk.
Down.
That was a mistake on the part of...
and
they've turned him inside the boy.
They've flipped his tail. He's going to miss the... Oh, what a mess. He's pulling it together. He's pulling it together. That's the Team GB boat that's got caught up in there.
That was always high risk right from the start. Just go round, and luckily no one missed a buoy, so I don't think any harm done.
South Africa now gifted with an opportunity to get away.
No harm done. They've come back to him again.
South Africans slow out of the boat.
Great Britain also
Boat being dragged at the back there rather than being lifted up by the back cockpit.
And a bit chaotic from the Great Britain crew there. Hungarians away and clear. Spaniards drink refreshed, look over their shoulder to see where Great Britain are. This group will reform, I'm sure. South Africans still hanging in there. I know you're South African, Dave, but they look the weaker of the 3.
And with the greatest of respect to these two who I admire and who've got an incredible work ethic down at their Orca squad, they are barking with the big dogs here. They don't have the international experience and pedigree, and they are performing at a level that they've never had to function at before, and I think they are relishing
Having said that, they're definitely putting it into the GB crew. Definitely giving it a go. Spaniards look a bit ragged there on the timing, just for now at least. Hungary are away. And are these girls beginning to get closer? Molnar and Josa look like they're back on a charge. That's a meaningful body language that we didn't see at the end of the last lap.
Yeah.
So game on for them as well. They pulled away from the Argentinians, who are just behind them, and I think that Molnar and Josa are back in racing mode. The Argentinians have stopped paddling. You can't see that from the screen, but they keep stopping paddling. It's like they might have a rudder problem or a drink problem. They keep steering right a little bit. It's very hard to see Great Britain not getting back to those, and it has, me having slated the South Africans has spurred them on tremendously, Dave.
Yep. Yeah, I think you're
right.
They
owe me for that.
Thank you. You've just put the pox on them. I know what your track record is like in commentary. So,
but that gap between them, remember the gap was 60 metres last time.
Just got a memo in from the South African management. Please tell Lola to shut up about the South African team.
So it's a tough call, but those South Africans are
they're fired.
Definitely they're sensing a medal here. This is an attempt to secure at least something. But I think those Hungarians at the front look very, very vulnerable now, because they've put in 2 solid laps at full pace.
What we predicted as a fait accompli for the front 4 is about to collapse like a deck of cards, I think. I think we are going to have a complete shake-up in the next couple of minutes.
Hungarians being reeled in stroke by stroke. South Africans have done their share.
Going to the front.
Here goes Spain. A good bit of shared work here, and this is game on. Those Hungarians are vulnerable. Great Britain struggling to maintain contact with 2 crews that are paddling with intent right now.
Well, it could get messy and back to 4 heading into that last lap.
Oh, they're on lap 5 of 5. This is the last big lap.
This is the last lap.
Oh,
so
my word.
Just circling back to that incident.
Gap is closing by the second, isn't it?
Sienna Payne and Greta Rosa getting tangled up with the Spanish, at least with the Japanese C1 boat.
Yeah.
That could have ended catastrophically for all of them, and missing boys and adding penalties and changing races.
Yeah, luckily no one missed a buoy.
There was a lot of composure involved there. The C1 did a really good job of actually managing to flip the blade around and pull the boat around the buoy, but that in turn helped the GB boat stay out of trouble.
Yeah. I mean, it's an unfortunate bit of timing to meet someone on a turn like that, but none of that unfolds quickly. You've been catching that C1 up for you've been aware of that for the last 3 or 4 minutes, and to put yourself into a troubled spot there was, I'm going to say, careless. It could have been managed better.
It was, I think, naive. And that's why I think you get incrementally better every time you race one of these events.
So Sweden, Italy, Spain and Argentina. That's the chase group. A long way back though. You can see from the graphic. 224 is the Hungarian crew that we would have had down as pre-race favourites, and they're chasing down Great Britain, who in turn are trying to close the gap on Spain and South Africa, who are now intent on chasing down the lead Hungarian crew. This race is going to get more and more interesting over this last lap. There's the Hungarians out front. South Africans doing the pulling again. You know, from the time I pointed them out as the weakest boat in that trio, they have done nothing but damage.
See, one of the things that I can tell you is that down at that Orca squad that Pete Cole runs in the Cape, they will train with the seniors and they will train at the same intent and intensity as the senior group trains. So I think when it comes to knuckling down and doing long, prodigious hard burns and long grinds, there's no dumbing it down to a junior level. They're used to training with the seniors, and this might play into their hand. Oh, they've let the boat go again. This has been like, oh my word. Well, all's well that ends well.
When you get out of the boat like that, it's all very well getting out, but you have to leave a body part in contact with the boat. Now, that can be your trailing foot or it can be your front hand, but something has to be in contact with the boat, because otherwise, exactly what happens there. The boat drifts away and you're in all sorts of trouble.
And if it's beyond an outstretched paddle,
then
you messed.
Yeah.
I mean,
so Germany and Denmark together.
So good.
The Danes happy to let the Germans take their turn at the front. But they're a long, long way down on the sharp end of this race. You can see the C1s in the distance. That's still single file in the C1 race. And things are definitely closing up at the front. Spaniards now doing their share of the work. Those Hungarians must feel extremely vulnerable at the moment. 46 metres. It doesn't look that far.
It doesn't. I would throw a little question mark on that. In fact, if I can get my little graphic scribbling pen here, let's see if I can.
round the top turn for the final time go the Hungarians. Into the turn come Spain and South Africa. Great Britain now beginning maybe to make some inroads into Spain and South Africa. And there's your second Hungarian boat. All of a sudden, they got whatever they used to have back, and they're on the move. I think too little, too late. But look at the distance they've put in to the rest of the field. They're on a roll now.
So, return lap of the last full lap.
11 seconds the difference.
And two boats hunting together.
That's more like 30 meters,
They've
I think.
been trading
seconds.
60-second pulls, the second and third. And it is
Great
working.
Great Britain is closing them both down, though. Great Britain's closer to the South Africans than the South Africans are to the Hungarians.
This might be a pressure cooker.
Duro out on his own, as he has been since that previous portage. These two still locked together. Pinheiro and Vilga. So not sure who benefited most from that 15-second penalty. I think Pinheiro, because if he was back on his own, he would have no company at all. Duro out on his own.
Just chewing on that penalty. If Vilga can come back from that 15-second penalty and pluck a silver out of this race, hats off to him. That's a really good comeback.
Hungarians still working hard. So we look at the 140 meters between the leader and the chase pair. Japan coming around the bottom turn again. See how this portage works out for them.
Yuki Nomura and Kana Nakaja.
It's a well-drilled crew. Nice timing. Coming portage left.
Having got next to no fluids on their last drinking session, I wonder if they'll head back for another. More like popping into a takeaway. Nomura and Nakaji running up onto the grass section of this portage in front of the spectators.
Again,
No,
they're going right for another electrolyte shower.
They're heading back into the takeaway. Here we go. There we go.
Yep.
Take the enamel off the teeth. There we go. That's well done. It works.
A little more efficient this time than last time.
Through the portage they go. Generous applause from this crowd. Great buzz around this little spectator bowl here at Lake Yels. And on the weekend we're expecting heaps of the locals to come down and watch. There's lots.
And there you go. It is game on. This is just one short lap to go.
3 about to become 4.
And it's just, this has been phenomenal. South Africans have become my favourite boat in this race now.
Shut up, Lola. Shut
up. I'm not saying they're the favourite. I'm saying they're my favourite as in what they've done. So I'm not cursing them.
I'm
just offering them a compliment.
Just be neutral about them for their sake. Game on!
Those Hungarians are absolutely hating this now.
This portage
They've given it their best shot.
Crucial.
And it wasn't good enough. And now it's a 3-boat race with just... Well, I'm trying to see where they are on the course. They're still quite a long way. They're still probably 3 minutes from the bottom turn. So there's still time for Great Britain also to close some of that gap, because the pace at the front will slow dramatically now. They're going to have to really make some decisions. And Singer is definitely barking out some instructions there.
But watch that crew of Maria Martinez and Lydia Zonoza. They are zooming up on the outside there. If they've got a dice to roll at the portage, this might be a really edgy small lap down to the finish.
Those Hungarians are absolutely gutted. They gave it everything. We said, Great Britain's not out of this. Absolutely not out of this. I think the Hungarians are going to have a horrible portage, and Great Britain are going to pick them off on the last lap.
You're going to take them from 1 to 4 in the short lap.
Yep. I think they don't know what to do now. You don't know what to do because you're tired. You're as tired as you can be. You're just running the tank dry.
There the Spanish go.
Hungarians will try and come round the South Africans. South Africans not strong enough to hold them off. Great Britain getting closer by the minute. Spain no.
Hungarians squeezing them.
Spain do not want the Great Britain crew for company. South Africans going round the outside.
They're going to have to because they're getting squeezed up against the Spanish boat's rudder.
Great Britain coming
Sitting
back
on the tail
closer by the second. Rosa and Payne, they're going to be there at the portage. A good portage this time. We'll see them back in this game. The problem is the Hungarians aren't going to want to lead now, primarily because they can't. They're tired. They've done what they can already. The Spaniards and the South Africans now are caught racing each other.
They can sniff a medal out of this.
The Hungarians are panicking.
Rosa and Payne can sniff a medal.
This is so much fun.
There is going to be... there's going to be one desperately sad loser out of this picture.
This is all going to come down to the portage. They're about a minute and a half, 2 minutes from the portage now. Maybe time running out for the Great Britain crew. Spaniards looking over their shoulder to see where Great Britain are. Chase is on. Greta Rosa, Sienna Payne pushing. They know they're running out of time.
South
Hungarians
Africa
trying to lead, just trying to save a medal at this point. The cap's coming down.
South Africa on the left as they come into this bottom turn can. So they'll be on the inside as they come into the portage. I think they'll be comfortable with that.
This is going to come down to portage management. Hungarians go super hard now.
And if there's one
They're
stumble,
going into
one
the
slip,
turn
that
super
GB
hard.
team is right back in the mix.
South Africa, I think, will get squeezed against the boys by the Hungarians. They may have to drop back.
I don't think they can afford to. Oh, these paddles, they've kept the boat rate up. Beautifully done.
They're okay on the inside. They're being left. No, that's it.
Holly and Georgia being squeezed at the buoy.
All
They haven't lost.
eats into the lead.
They haven't lost.
It all eats into the lead they've got on the Great Britain crew, which coming
There's
down
space for them
all
on
the
this
time.
buoy.
Jeez, this is tense.
As you were coming into the portage, this is going to come down to microseconds on the portage.
Spain going right.
Spain going hot and going right.
Great Britain
Hungary
just
and South
in
Africa
shot.
going
Hungary first to the landing stage.
The South Africans going
They're
longer.
first up, but the back paddler hasn't got out yet.
Spain out.
South Africa.
Slow for South Africa. All three together. They're side by side. You could not make this any closer, Ivan. South Africa go to the front on the portage.
It's going to be South Africa. They're
Georgia
running well.
Singer, Holly Smith are taking off.
The Hungarians are absolutely out of this. I think they're going to be picked off by Great Britain.
This is massive from the South Africans.
South Africa all the way at this stage. Hungarians are done.
Can they get a good quick put in? It's a bit of a wobble. It's a bit nervy.
So South Africa,
nervy.
Spain away. Hungarians are going to be overrun by Great Britain. The Spanish are still there.
Spain they've left the handbrake on.
No way. The Hungarians second out of that.
Britain and Spain are out the back.
South Africa
Africa
gone. Come on, girls.
Gold. Britain back in. Spain in third.
Hungary impressive. They were out of it on the run, and they just managed to get themselves back together to get in the boat. South Africa away and clear.
What happened to the Spanish at the put-in?
They just...
They froze. Like
they were
rabbit,
still there.
like deer caught in the headlights. Yeah. But South Africa gifted at a chance of gold in the women's junior K2.
There's intent there, isn't there? Look at that.
If the tank is empty, they're running on pure adrenaline right now.
The gap is opening. The gap's getting bigger rather than smaller. The Hungarians have got nothing left.
And if they can round that small turn buoy and look over their shoulders and see that lead.
They know the lead now.
They can't see over their shoulders. They're not even bothering to look. Oh, there's a little look back over the shoulder from Georgia.
That is amazing.
They are getting caught. this is going to be closer than you think. And
No,
I
the
don't
South
think
Africans are gone. They're
I
gone.
don't think the girls can redline like this all the way. I think they're
Of
going
course
to
they
have to
can.
just compose themselves.
Dave, where's your
because
faith?
They're going to have to fire some afterburners in
Gap's
the
getting
final
bigger
100
all
meters.
the time. You're fine, Dave. The excitement.
Commit your own race.
The Spaniards just have to sit and wait. And Great Britain just have to hope that somebody folds in front of them. The second Hungarian crew over the last 2 laps
There's the South
have
Africans
been
into the turn.
miles ahead. Absolutely miles ahead. Great Britain slowly catching up to those other 2.
It's going to be too much of an ask unless there's a catastrophe.
South Africa
2 more
away
boys in the
and
turn
clear.
for South Africa.
Spain
Spain
taking
putting
over
on
from
a
the
burn.
Hungarians. Great Britain tantalisingly close to that 3rd place, but it's just not going to happen.
Are reeling in
Spain
the
Spain
big
are
South
coming.
African mode. Spain are coming at the South Africans hard. Dig deep time.
Oh, my word, this is going to get tight by the end.
So the final stretch down, it's
Yeah.
South Africa, Spain, Hungary with
If you're
GB looking to pick up the scraps.
If you're Spain, do you commit to trying to catch South Africa and potentially lose to Hungary? I think Spain are away from Hungary now.
No,
Spain are away from Hungary, and they've only got the choice of trying to close the South Africans. South Africans need to stop looking at this point.
Yeah, they need to look ahead, not back over their shoulders. Holly Smith, Georgia Singer.
Spain
They've still got the lead.
gradually
They've
running
got 3
down.
or 4 boat lengths,
That's
and they're about 150 meters out. Spain still going hard on their left. Hungary hogging that bronze medal position, and GB are out of the frame at this stage.
I think they're out the frame full stop now. Spaniards pressing on.
South Africa from Spain.
That's a deceptive camera angle. It's not that close, but it is getting closer all the time.
Georgia Singer,
South Africans trying. Oh no, they're fine. They're fine,
They
Dave.
should be
You're all
good.
right.
Just compose
Hungarians
yourselves.
coming back on the Spaniards. Spaniards maybe have gone too soon.
Those 2 white boys at the finish line are about to appear in the left-hand side of your picture. Georgia Singer.
Spaniards
Holly
looking
Smith.
ragged now.
Spain
The
are
gap
giving
is-
a last roll of the dice
Oh
here.
my word!
The stroke rate is picked up. They've got one opportunity
They're so
here.
close to the finish now. They're going to make it. The South Africans.
South Africa now 20 strokes home.
Hats off to the,
The
South
first
Africans.
gold of the tournament for South Africa. Georgia Singer, Holly Smith are the world champions. Spain are second. Hungary are third.
What a brilliant race! What a brilliant race! Great Britain 4th,
In they go.
and why not? And why not?
Super special times. Congratulations for the Spaniards. It's been a thrilling contest.
Hungarians seem pleased with their 3rd. I think they're pleased to beat their other crew, to be fair. I think that's where the joy comes from in that.
What a contest, Ivan. It started off with the 2 Hungarian
Yeah,
crews
the
looking
second
like they were
Hungarian crew are only finishing now. They were so fast over those last 2 laps, these 2. So you wonder what happened in that middle ground for these 2. They've been super strong over the last 2 laps.
And they were super
in the
strong
end.
out of the blocks.
Yeah.
I mean, they looked like they were going to juggernaut this whole race.
It'd be interesting to talk to them at some point, or their coaches, just to see what the deal was there.
It looked like it was going to be the Molnar and Josa show up front. Well, the Vuvuzelas are going to come out. So to the good people of Yels tonight, I'm sorry, it's
Well, that is a good start to our morning, isn't
not
it?
going to be a peaceful evening. You might find them shoshalozering through the streets of Yels tonight. Georgia's in the back of the boat. Good remount, actually.
So do that, and Catalano coming down to finish their day. And
I honestly believe we're going to see a lot more of these 2.
yeah,
They just
100%.
exude class. They've got the tenacity and the spirit to go with some real strength and skill.
Second Hungarian crew didn't enter the excitement with the others. They've turned around and gone home. You can see them there in shot. They want no part of it. They've had a bad day in their mind, and there come the Argentinians over the line. That's not the crew we were looking at a moment ago. That's the other crew of Benitez and Vukonic.
Georgia Singer and Holly Smith have just completed the deep water remount into their Nello,
Yep.
which is
Pretty impressive.
it is impressive, I'm afraid, without busting the back
Yeah,
deck
I mean,
because you
calm down, Dave. A win and you're all over this.
No, I had this image of the back deck popping in and Pete Cole at the Orca squad saying, "Girls, girl."
Yeah. So Sweden and Argentina racing in just ahead of Italy. That's the Swedes of Nilsson and Nilsson, 4th at the European Championships. Not so good today. Argentina just on their tail, and behind them Italy with Chiesa and Candela.
Well, despite your level best efforts to put the pox on the crew,
Yeah,
they
did
it off,
okay,
so
right?
Yeah, and
So does that boost my credibility in any way, or is it just a lucky break?
You need to go for a checkup.
Yeah.
It's a very small
So
South African
Denmark
contingent.
and Germany running through.
It's a very small South African contingent that's come to the Worlds this year, so this will really have a lot of impact on them. It was a small Masters contingent, unusually so. And it's a less than full team in the seniors, juniors and under 23s.
So Inge and Langland can try and hold off the Germans for the final small lap.
These Germans have been tidy. It's been noticeable that the way they've taken off from the portages is just spoken about being well organised and drilled.
When you think how strong the German, say, sprint team is in the women's and always has been, you would think somewhere in Germany there is a crew that could be up the sharp end of this.
Yep.
The Danes have pulled away from them relatively comfortably. They're going to be back before the Germans.
Need to keep our eyes wide open for the finish of the under 23 C1 race as well. Because they should be on their last full lap. Duro, Volca and Pinheiro. Just processing this result for the South African K2. I mean, as two young individuals, I stuck my neck out earlier and said that they, performing at an international level, were perhaps a little bit out of their depth and barking with the big dogs who are more experienced, and it makes the results more important. The Orca squad that they train with train on the Flay in Cape Town, and South Africa being what it is, the centres of power tend to be Johannesburg, Durban and Cape Town, and you'll often find that there's a renewed energy that develops in one of the group, and suddenly you start producing star performances. For a long time, the Max squad based at Blue Lagoon in Durban was producing all the big guns, and Hamish Lovemore, who we're going to be seeing a little bit later, is an offshoot of that. Hank McGregor is a product of that, and for a long time, anybody who wanted to be anybody in marathon racing was forced to go and train in Durban with the Max squad. This Orca squad in Cape Town is onto a good thing at the moment, and you hit a purple patch and you start producing results, and this can only add critical momentum to that.
Yeah. So into the under 23 men's C1. That's Zidai, 4th place last time we saw him, and he's been working that hard for the whole day
on his own.
What we've got in shot here is the Egyptian, is the first C1, and behind him is the leader in the C1 race, which, as it has been for some time, is Jaime Duro. A shot of Pinheiro. He's slightly further back. Now on his own behind the pole. So first is Duro, second is Vilga, and third Pinheiro. Jaime Duro. Final bottom turn for him.
Super
And
impressive.
he's just going to catch up with the Egyptian, who's still got one big lap and a small lap to go. But hats off to him for getting this far. Little view of boat weighing there. Top 4 boats have to come in, get their boats weighed and measured, make sure that they're not underweight.
Here's a little nugget, Ivan, as we process the junior women's K2 race. We kept saying that the South Africans had a lot of tenacity and fight, but they certainly weren't as well grooved as the Hungarians. They looked like they didn't have the experience of the Spanish crew that was looking so strong.
See if the Egyptian can hold off being lapped to get onto his final lap before the Spaniard comes round, because there's some pride attached to that.
I am a Mohammed Gamal fan. He's just given me 11 tenths every moment of his week here.
He just made it into the water before Jaime Duro, and so he's allowed then to finish his last long lap, I think. If he gets lapped, he has to do his short lap and gets a +1 on the results. I'm not sure the actual... it's saying he's been lapped, so he may have to just do the short lap now. I'm not sure of the detail there. Someone will be able to inform us. We might have that someone coming into our room right now. Maybe not. She's gone upstairs. He's not lapped. So the official thing... He's not lapped, so he's got a big lap and a small lap to go. I'm not sure how he'll feel about that.
No, I think he would want that.
I think he would want
wants
that.
every bit of this experience. I think even if he had been told to go and do a short lap, I think being what we've seen and the 10/10ths man that he is, he would go and do the full course.
So that's great for him, because he had desperately bad luck yesterday. In the portage, he got muddled up with his own boat, and basically his boat hit someone else, and he was disqualified in the short course, which seems rough. It does seem to be disqualified for an incident is fair. To be disqualified for an accident is harsh. And so Jaime Duro, short lap, no problem. And while he's doing that, we've got potential of an interview, but we don't want to miss the C1's finishing. So do we pass over to the interview? Stefan, you ready for your interview?
Yeah, let's go down to the ground and catch up with Stefan and the 3 women's crews in the junior women K2.
I'm standing here with a very, very happy medalists in K2 Women Junior and the winner South Africa. What a race!
It was a great race. We did not expect this at all, so we're really, really happy to have won this.
Yeah, it was amazing. How was your race plan?
To just kind of go out hard and hopefully be on that front bunch and just stay there for the race. And then the Hungarians broke away, and then it was a group of 3, so we were hoping we weren't going to get that 4th place, and we just carried on grinding, and then slowly we caught the wash and then got there. And then we got surprised when we took that last portage. We ran as hard as we could and just went out as hard as we could, and then we ended up winning. We were so stoked.
Super impressive. Congratulations, South Africa.
Thank you.
And Spain, how was your race?
Ha sido una carrera muy dura desde el principio, sobre todo en la salida, porque nos ha costado salir, pero estamos muy contentas con el resultado.
They say it was a fantastic and complicated, hard race, but they are super happy, of course. Congratulations. Spain.
It's Russian.
And Hungary, you did an amazing race, two full laps on full speed, it seems, and then you lost it, but you had some problems with your boat.
Yes, unfortunately we had some technical problems with my seat, but I think we did our best in this situation.
Yeah, you really put on a good show.
Yeah. Yes, we tried our best. We tried our best, and I think we were in a good harmony.
Yeah, you definitely were. It was super impressive also from you. Bronze medalist, Hungary.
Thank you, Stefan, and your timing is spot on, as in the finish straight, Jaime Duro of España, who has been a juggernaut, an absolute juggernaut in this under-23 C1 race.
Well,
Comes down to, and I'm sure we'll get a robust round of applause from the crowd here, because every now and then you see having just watched a thriller of a race where 4 evenly matched crews had to slug it out. This is a case where the cream has come to the top and you're able to observe something that is in a class of its own. That's exactly what you happened with Duro coming down to the line, and he'll really be enjoying this.
World champion last year, European champion this year, and world champion again in 2023. Clearly the athlete of class in the under-23s at the moment. Jaime Duro across that line, and first place for him. Never really in doubt. And he's going to be followed in maybe a couple of 100 meters behind by the Pole, Eric Vilga. There's Vilga. He had to settle for second behind Duro at the European Championships, and again today.
If I'm right, it's his last year as an under-23. So great that you finish up with the defense of a world title and a chance to step out onto the big stage.
That's Japan across the line. Great job from them today. Despite the feeding mechanism, they survived. They survived being fed by their coach, and they made it round the course. Good effort from them. Just behind them, Eric Vilga about to cross the line as Italy's Calò runs the portage. Across the line now comes second place, Eric Vilga. He had that 15-second penalty, which was just bad luck, really. He just got pushed inside the boys by the waves of the other competitors. Italy, it was with him for quite a lot of the day. No, he was with the Hungarian, my apologies, for quite a lot of the day. The Hungarian, though, has closed down so much. This is so brutal for Hungary's Zidai. He's been chasing all day. He's finally got Pinheiro in his sights, and he's run out of course to catch him. He just needs another small lap, and it would have been his. Pinheiro holding off the charge from Zidai. They're just about to cross the line. That's how close it was in the end. And hats off to Zidai. His work rate has been absolutely phenomenal. Pinheiro is probably more relieved than pleased to beat him. And that was close as, after a whole day's race round the lake, Zidai nearly came good.
Well, it speaks volumes of attitude, doesn't it?
Does it ever?
In fact, what we've just seen in the past minute, the fact that Vilga's managed to come back from the penalty to claim a silver, I think, is a lesson to every athlete at this event, because just never, it doesn't mean that the world is conspiring against you and that your race is run with the right race management. You can make it work for, and he did. He came back spectacularly. I take such great heart from Emma Murray and Priscilla Parrish of Oz. They're finishing way back here in the blue boat after that catastrophic swim, but there's not an ounce of quitting in them. I mean, that spoke volumes of heart.
So 2 more great races as they come to a close. Well, we've still got some C1s out there. Japan are out there.
I think Oizumo,
Mohamed Gamal on his final last lap. So there's your Japanese. 2:45, Ryo Azumi. So 9 seconds the difference in the end between Pinheiro and Zidai. And Zidai would have been begging for another lap at that point of the race. Pinheiro, on the other hand, his thoughts might have been different. He might have been hoping the last lap was a bit shorter. But 2 minutes 8 the difference between Zidai and Duro. Strong racing.
I think if that race had been 50 meters longer, we might have had a different result, because the expression on Pinheiro's face when he crossed the line, apart from the fact that he looked like he had won it, I think it was just he was done. He was exhausted. It was relief, 99%, 1% joy. So time to catch breath here. And then refocus on
Not as much as you think, Dave.
resumption of hostility. Oh, yes! Have I been looking forward to this? Just for the folk that are here, and there's a good crowd enjoying this glorious blue skies and sunshine day in the Jutland in southwest Denmark. There's so much going on around the venue here. I know, Ivan, you were looking at that climbing wall of joists that's floating in the middle of the lake here, which the kids were loving last night as we were driving home. There's a big Viking exhibition on the go out here with Viking games. You can lift the Viking wooden logs, you can run in Viking gear, you can throw Thor's hammer.
I think one of the most exciting things here, Dave, is that you just got so excited that you flailed and punched the technician
No, I have.
in the middle of the commentary box. No one else saw that. But the technician took a solid blow to the chin. He's still standing.
He's reeling. He's going to have a shiner in the morning.
Yeah.
You interrupted my
Sorry,
my
Dave,
gushing about what's going on
you
here
were
at
saying.
Gills. He is standing an extra meter back from me while I do
Sit on
this.
your hands, Dave. Sit on your hands while you get excited.
There's a concert happening tonight with the Valhall Orchestret, known for playing polyphonic singing and duets. You can come and do karaoke then if you want, Ivan. Should be special. They do a special diverse repertoire of Danish songs, so all your favorite Danish tunes you can trip out into karaoke. There's a Jels Mill, which has got it's all manned by volunteers replicating the old mill that was operating here, so you can go and see how the mill works inside and out. And there's an entire...
Oh, a little accident. The port is there for
Whoa.
Japan. Just a little step out the boat. As the Italian finishes. And we're on the podium for an interview with the three winners of the under-23 men's C1. Stefan's on hand as ever.
Jamie, what a great race in perfect conditions. Did you plan it this way?
No, but I feel strong and I can win the race.
You went on quite an early stage. Did you plan to do that?
No, but I go along after a portage and I will follow at the finish.
You saw the opportunity and you just went. Super impressive. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
And Erik Vilga, also an amazing race. What was your race plan?
No, nie miałem planu. To był dobry wyścig. Koledzy są mocni bardzo.
He says basically that he didn't have a perfect race plan, but using the opportunities to get through. So congratulations, Erik Vilga.
Thank you.
Diego Pinera, what a race.
Muy cansado. La regata fue bastante dura. Fui ahí con el grupo de Jaime y el Eric, aguantando hasta el final, pero luego ya a partir del segundo porteo ya iba muy desfondado y al final era aguantar ahí para que no me cogiera el húngaro hasta el final. Y fue una regata, para mí, una de las más difíciles que hice.
It was during the final lap, you were super pressed, but you did well. You really managed to go fast also when you were very tired.
Sí. Yo ahí controlando. Y cuando miré atrás vi al húngaro que me estaba ahí sacando, cogiéndome metros y al final tuve que tirar con lo último que tenía, la última vuelta y la vuelta corta hasta el final y ya está.
Congratulations, super impressive. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Stefan, and congratulations to the three as well. Thoroughly impressive outing in the end, and the World Championship being retained by Jaime Duro in emphatic fashion. So the last of the sea boats out on the water, Ryo Oizumo of Japan, and Mohammed Kamal, who's just won so many friends and admirers at this year's event with the attitude and the guts and determination. As he will forgive me for saying this, a relative novice as a C1 racer at this level, and just leaving it all out on the water, and just sheer guts and determination, making up for any skills that he has yet to acquire in the boat, or any sort of strength and conditioning. So a couple of minutes time, we're going to be extending our coverage to include some of the para-marathon races. We had a number of those on Wednesday, and I'm really excited to say that the coverage that we've got on Recast is going to be covering the Open Women's Race, the KL1 men, the KL2 men, the KL3 men, as well as the VL2 women and the VL1 women. And we'll take you through those in a couple of minutes' time. But it's a key part of the inclusion into the program and the inclusion into the live streaming coverage, just like the 2 days of Masters racing was included. Very much an opportunity to take these elements of our paddling sport and put them into the media and live streaming spotlight. So as we watch the C1 of Ryo Oizumi come down to wrap up his 17.7 kilometers in the under 23 men's C1 competition. Ryo, well done. Welcome home. That is one exhausted athlete, but he can feel well pleased with his performance today. And assuming the live stream is getting through to a base of new C1 paddlers in Japan, this will serve as some sort of inspiration to work hard enough to get to the point where they can possibly get to next year's Worlds. And I mentioned him a little bit earlier, Mohammed Kamal from Egypt. He's been hard at work here at Lake Else with the ICF team that is working at developing new talent in the C1 discipline, and the Egyptian has just lapped up every bit of instruction and briefing and education, and then gifted with the opportunity of being able to get onto the water and race. And what we've seen from Mohammed has just been, for as long as I am on the water and being gifted this opportunity, you're going to get all of me all of the time. It's an attitude which is very easy to fall for and to admire. So he's stroking his boat down to the water. Little catch-up. I mean, I mentioned a little earlier, and it was in the background of some of the shots, but at one end of Lake Yels here, there is a huge exposition of white, you would call them joists, if you know what the concrete blocks are that make up piers on the seashore. It's way more than that. They're inflatable joists, but it's actually an artwork called Bycatch. Hopefully we'll be able to get a shot of that at some stage, and you'll be able to understand what I'm talking about. One of the things that the Danes are particularly passionate about is sustainability and the environment. And what the artist who's put together that display called Bycatch is all about is trying to blur the boundaries between the land and water, from the man-made and the natural. And it's his way of talking about the temporary and the eternal. It's very, very cool. And also provides an opportunity. The kids can't resist it because they just see it as an opportunity to jump onto it and bounce and have a whole lot of fun. Also provides a very nice opportunity to get a unique spectator viewpoint of the race. It's also an art exhibition called the Norkelgulder, which means the crafted gods. It's in a setup here alongside called the Gold of the Gods. This area is very famous for its recognition and maintaining its Viking heritage. Year round you can come in here and enjoy a Viking show, which is enormously popular. People come into Yels looking forward to the Viking show. positioning statement for this event is paddle like a Viking. So the Viking history has really added so much value. Watching the C1 of Mohammed Gamal, the graphic that you saw pop up on screen as he was putting in his boat at the end of the portage, just at the same time as the race winner, Jaime Duro, was putting in with him, suggested that he had been lapped, but he hadn't been lapped. The difference being, if he'd been lapped, he would have been required to then just complete the lap that the last lap, the short lap, and then finish it. He hasn't been lapped. He was forced to go and do his full lap, which is what he's doing right now. But as you heard me talking about the man's attitude and commitment to what he's learning, and he's learning chunks every minute in this week in Denmark, he's going to do that last lap. He's going to be last by a country mile. There's going to be absolutely no shame in that. He's going to hold his head up high in the colors of Egypt when he crosses the line. Lawler scampered out to go and guzzle down a couple of rombala, as is his wont here in Jels. He's oscillating between the sweet Danish pancake and the rombal, taking in all the local
And we've got the new muesli bars from Co-op. They're also quite good quality snack. Mohammed coming round that bottom turn into his final portage.
And he's getting the final countdown for it as well, which I just...
As he should.
Jury's out in some sectors about the final countdown. It's pretty appropriate here.
So Mohammed Ibrahim from Egypt comes in for his final portage. Just held the Spaniard off to save himself being lapped.
He's learnt the drills. That's how seaboats lose their number slides.
Yeah.
As you're coming out on the portage and you flick it over onto your shoulder to empty the water out, your number slide is what takes the pounding like the rudder of a K-boat does. And listen to the crowd. They're giving him a rock star's welcome. Look at that grimace on his face. He's done. He's cooked. Look at him run. Look at him go. Mohammed, you good thing. Oh, what a champion. Sometimes the champions finish last, and this is a classic example. Mohammed Gamal, go you good thing. And look at him take off. Egypt, be proud of this man. Well done to the crowd.
One small lap, a lap of honour now for Mohammed.
I'll give you an insight into what's happening in so many African countries. The world is small because of the internet and TV's reach, and they see the paddling. There's a huge interest in it. It's a fully fledged Olympic discipline across 2 disciplines. Africa has no equipment. Africa has waterways. They have a naturally athletic population, but they have no equipment. So what happens in so many instances is that the ICF, through the sprint or the marathon committee, or sometimes the slalom committee, or occasionally it's freestyle or rafting, will arrive into a center and donate equipment, introduce a little bit of expertise, and they get met with this tsunami of raw, enthusiastic athletic talent that could have the potential to be the next Olympic champion, the next world champion. And it starts a process, one where the equipment maybe not always suitable for novices entering the sport because they're being delivered top-end competitive equipment, but that doesn't diminish them at all. I watched a video of Uganda having a regatta in K1s and K2s, but top-end, skinny, racy Nillos, and these kids were really struggling. There were probably a third of them swimming over the 200 meters they were racing, but what you saw was 150% commitment. They're in it, and as long as you keep funneling in appropriate equipment, support for their coaches, and enthusiasm, Africa could be the next hotbed of paddling talent. It does need nurturing and development, and it needs well thought out investment of equipment.
I know some of the manufacturers are quite keen on getting bottom end equipment out to places, and it is just getting people in boats, bums on seats, and starting from the ground up, which is the same as every structure in every country has to do. You have to focus on the bottom end if you're going to end up with a top end.
Yeah, I remember a couple of years back, the African champs under the supervision of the ICF was a monotype boat event. Everybody had to paddle in exactly the same boat. and the ICF brought in a boat called a Vital, which we thought looked more like a whaler than a racing kayak. But everybody had to paddle in the Vital, and those boats were then distributed into various African countries, but they were suitable entry to medium competency boats.
So Mohammed already up at the top turn, going round, a straight view down to the finish line for him very, very soon.
Yeah, and this crowd here in Yels has been so appreciative of the raw energy that you've seen. Whatever might be lacking in terms of speed and micro skills has been more than made up with raw energy and enthusiasm. So I'm pretty sure when he comes down to the line here, he's going to get as big a cheer as Jaime Duro got when he came home to get his World Championship gold medal. There'll be no medal for this man to take back to Egypt, but he's made a name for himself, that's for sure. I'm eating my muesli bar now. Lola, you can commentate.
All I've got in my ear in these headphones, Dave, is your chewing. It's really quite disturbing. So Mohammed, 500 meters or less to go. We can all see him coming down. The noise levels will go up as the distance goes down. Put on a show for us at his final portage. That's probably the fastest portage of the day from any boat. I was watching him training earlier in the week because he's on the talent program there, and that's a man who can run. When he gets running up to speed, he is extremely fast, and it was quite fun watching him practice, and he gave us all a display on that last portage. 250 meters to go. Stroke by stroke, he's getting there. He can see the finish line now.
I know when he does get down to the line, he's going to be exhausted. I imagine those hands are blistered. That knee is going to be aching. And I don't know if he's going to indulge us in any sort of celebration when he gets to the line, but it's been one of the landmark performances of this year's champs. He's affording himself a discreet smile. He knows, I think, out of sheer relief that it's just about over. But this will bring down the curtain on what has been a massive week for him. And the crowd knows it. I think you're going to get the biggest finish. Round of applause. And here he comes. There goes the speed. This could be the fastest sprint finish of the day. It's too fast for the timing system. The TV camera can't even pick it up. It's a blur of speed. It's magnificent. Coming down to the line, Mohammed Gamal, the man.
Hats off. That is some performance. Brilliant to see that. I hope he enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. Egypt for the first time
og så bliver der en mindre pause til
Canoe World Championships.
11:10, hvor vi går i gang.
Whatever happens from here, he will always be the first man to have done it.
Det er først kvindernes åbneløb, og så er det mændenes KL1, KL2 og KL3.
Absolutely fantastic.
Og derefter følger kvindernes VL3, VL2 og VL1. Og så skal vi også gøre opmærksom på, at der er jo en masse spændende sideaktiviteter hertil, hvor folk
what a result.
Rigtig meget ud af
what a race, not a result. It's just a
I'll
great
give you a nugget of
race.
information. Georgia Singer and Holly Smith won their place at the South African Championships, which doubled as a selection race. It was months ago. They have not sat in the boat together once until they got into the start line today, and they won the World
Så er der
Championships.
sådan nogle partisansøm-agtigt lignende
There's the 8-14 positions with Emma Murray and Isabella Parrish of Australia bouncing back from that swim.
Man kan gå og se på det, og man kan gå og kravle på det, og nyde løbene derfra, og eventuelt se en start. Der er rigtig god
Occupy the second half of the finish line action here at Lake Yels.
Not quite the suspense in this one that we had in the junior women's K2, but Jaime Duro, the class athlete in the field. Eric Vilga toughed out his 15-second penalty and came second. Pinheiro always looked like coming third, but Zidai had his eyes on third pretty much from the second lap when he was trying to chase down that front group and got within 9 seconds by the finish. Tantalizingly close. and that was the excitement of the under-23 men's. Now a brief pause before we see the Paracanoe Marathon World Championships. Plenty of action to be seen here, and it's going to be, I've lost my sheet, so I'm not sure exactly what time. It's going to be only a few minutes, I think.
11:10 local time here in Yellows.
11:10. That's
just 20 minutes time.
20 minutes. We'll give you a small break from us in the meantime while we have a muesli bar or two, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. So here we are back at Lake Gels for our second session of the day. Now it's the turn of the Paracanoe athletes. Some from as far away as Brazil. We've got a good entry here. 3 start lines to go this afternoon. 5-minute intervals. First at 11:10 with the open women combined with the KL1 men. 5 minutes later we have combined KL2 and KL3 men, and then following that the VL2 and VL1 women. 2 laps and 1 small lap for the first start. The middle start is 3 laps and 1 small lap, and the VL2, the VL women 1 and 2 are 2 laps and 1 small lap.
I have a legitimate question from somebody who's been following the program closely. We did have racing on Wednesday. Is there an overlap here? What is the difference?
The difference being that today all these athletes are classified under the standard ICF classification. So this is a race for classified athletes, whereas the Open on Wednesday included some classifications that weren't standard ICF. We're ready to go for our afternoon's program.
Good news, as you can see from
Well, there's your ICF intro, but it's nothing. Oh, now we got a Viking intro. Thank you. So for all the rock music and slow-mos trying to increase the excitement, it's nothing on what we're about to witness here live at Lake Gels. Session 2 of the World Canoe Marathon Championships 2023, and it's the turn of the Paracanoes.
To get back to your question from earlier about who's racing, we have some of the same people at the start line again, but in a different boat. Since we do canoe and kayak, many of them train both tracks to see which boat suits them best. And so we have some repeat customers.
The good news is the weather conditions are good. When we raced on Wednesday, it started to get windy, and particularly those that were racing in the sea boats were really battling in the wind. So the conditions in terms of providing a showcase for the talent in the para classes, it's going to be ideal.
Absolutely, I agree. It'll make turning that big long boat much easier.
Some of them struggling with the wind on the side of their boats. There's side wind from their left side. Doesn't make lining up easy. So we have 4 women on this start line in the Open Women. Mariangela Lobato from Brazil, Rebecca Carlson from Sweden, Jenny Hedren from Sweden, and Elena Walden from Sweden. There's confirmation of that on screen now. 3 Swedes versus 1 Brazilian. We saw how good the Brazilians were earlier in the week. Away they go. There's 5 on the line, the 5th one. Second up from the bottom of your shot is Luciano Lima, racing in the KL1 men. You can see him there in the blue boat. So just a brief recap of KL1 for us.
KL1 means that the athlete has no function in the legs, very impaired function of the trunk. Most of their power comes from the shoulders and the arms. So here we're looking at a 7.8 kilometer race, all done by your arms and your shoulders.
There's no rudder on that boat.
He cannot steer. He has a fixed rudder to keep him on a straight line. Any turns he will have to navigate by paddling and steering with his paddle.
So I'm a little bit blown away by that you can make a boat go straight without a rudder, because I can't do that. But the other thing, without basically feeling from the rib cage down, presumably, how does he keep it upright?
Exactly. I find that an amazing challenge to balance your boat with your shoulders, essentially, and your head. Since you're not feeling, there's a good connection to the boat. Many of them are strapped in heavily. They have a lap belt. They have their feet fixed in. They keep the legs straight often to prevent spasms of their legs, making the boat unstable and wobbly. One of the competitors explained to me that he uses the paddle in the water as a third point to maintain his balance. So every stroke he puts the paddle in, he's safe, he pulls it through. There's a moment of instability before the paddle goes back in.
So is he strapped into the boat now? If he has
Yes, you can see the red belt. It's actually a car seat belt, I think, with a quick release. So he is strapped into his seat. Otherwise, when he leans forward, he would just fall out.
And if he has no use of his legs, there's no leg thrust.
That's exactly.
Of the forward motion.
Yeah.
It's all being translated through his trunk and being held in place by that belt, that lap belt.
Yeah, you can see in the back he has a foam to maintain his hip position so he can't slide back over the seat. Beyond that is a black seat that he touches with his lower back. And again, most of his power comes from his upper trunk, his shoulders, his arms.
The arms are absolutely staggered. I look at the speed of that sprint off the line.
Yeah.
That I, as a fully abled athlete, would never be able to replicate in a month of Sundays, and he's doing that in the conditions that have just been described as. It's outstanding.
Okay, lineup number 2. Biggest race of the day in the Paracanoe. This is a combination of KL2 and KL3 men. KL3, the class with the least level of disability, and KL2 obviously fits somewhere between 1 and 3. This is the KL2 men. Frederick Sondergaard, Jonathan White from Great Britain, and Oscar Filo from Brazil. In the KL3, Mariano Turner, Timothy Lodge from Great Britain, Charlie Nolden also from Great Britain, Brazil, Rafael Santos, and another Brazilian outside him. Away goes Tim Lodge, 7:01 fastest off the line, 7:03 closest to us. Rafael Santos matching him, 6:94, looking super powerful. But it's Lodge away first, and next to him, Charlie Nolden, relative youngster. Lodge looking smooth out the front in that black and white boat.
So the KL3 men here are, most of their impairments affect the feet and the legs, but as you can see, they have some leg drive, more so for Timothy than for Charlie. They have full trunk strength and obviously also arms. Many people in this class have amputations, lower extremity amputations. So they're a little bit asymmetrical sitting in the boat because they have one heavy side, one sound side, and many have prosthetic limbs that are affixed to the boat. They are generally able to use the rudder to steer.
So I know for Tim Lodge, he's had ankle problems since birth, and the ankles are now fused.
Yes.
And the feet aren't set directly straight forward. So he has problems with the steering in terms of just keeping in contact with the tiller bar that you steer with. And actually through the fixed ankles, there's very little drive available, certainly through the lower limb.
It's very impressive what athletes come up with to solve problems of my ankles are fused, I cannot control the tiller at a good rate, the rudder, so he has a sock that
I'm
the
very
rudder
pleased
is
that you said that's very
through,
clever, because you
and
know who thought of that, don't you?
Oh, don't start.
he offered to make me one to trial, so I might pick him up on that.
That was a gifted moment. We were working together and we decided the sock.
The sock.
With the
Describe
slit
it.
in it. So it's just a sock he wears. Sometimes it's a thin neoprene sock. And it just has like a buttonhole in the side so the tiller bar can go in and out of the sock at the right angle.
Oh, it tucks into the
so
sock.
it tucks into the side of the sock and comes out.
And then
so
he
his
can
foot,
move
the
it.
tiller bar is attached to the foot that he's got the best control over, so you can steer with that. So yeah. But it's, as far as technological advancements go, it's not top of the tree.
No, it's out of the box
But
thinking.
I was very proud of it. So those four locked in battle, and that's going to be quite a good race, I think. I wouldn't be surprised at some stage to see John White from the KL2 class gradually hauling some of these guys in, because he is an extraordinary athlete also. So in shot there from Argentina, we've got Mariano Turner, we've got Tim Lodge, Charlie Nolden and Rafael Santos. There is John White, 227.
He races in the KL2 men.
Yep.
He is missing both his lower extremities, and as you can see, he's paddling on his right side with a prosthetic, for which he gets no credit. He is at a distinct disadvantage over people who have both arms in this group, but it doesn't seem to slow him down. As you can see, he's ahead of his group.
I've actually been fortunate enough to do a couple of K2 races with John in the past, national championships back at home, and he sits in the back because his steering's terrible. And so he trusts me for the steering, but he sits in the back, and you honestly would not know that he had any degree of disability at all, despite the fact that he only has the one limb. And it is just incredible. It's truly incredible.
I must say I have some experience with paddlers who've used that prosthetic arm, and they become extraordinarily able. But the maintenance of the flesh around that area is a real issue, because there is a significant degree of discomfort
the final
that you've got
race,
to deal with.
VL3 women, Leonie Friedrich. She's listed as VL2 on my... Oh, here we go, VL2. Now we're talking. Ana Borges, Leonie Friedrich. Both from Brazil. And in this race with them, in the VL1 category, Andrea Silva, also from Brazil. So noticeable that there's an awful lot of Brazilians, an awful lot of Great Britain, and they're two of the biggest programs, aren't they, in the international scene for para racing. So it's we need to get some more here. How are we going to do that?
Yes, I think many nations are putting their resources into the sprint for right now, and as we grow the para side, I'm sure other nations will very quickly figure out how much fun marathon is and send athletes our way.
I think Sprint are already realising that by borrowing some of their disciplines. So the overlap's already begun. Now it's just a matter of time, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Ana Borges struggling to getting blown onto the...
just battling to keep that boat straight.
It is tough getting on those lines with the side wind.
Yes.
So the trick is to keep paddling on the left. Don't paddle on the right. Just keep paddling on the left, and the nose will come round.
Yeah, these are fickle boats, especially when they're not in motion.
There we go, and away they
go.
Two KL2 are in the shorter looking boats, and the KL1 731 is Andrea Silva.
Talk us through the setup of that KL1. That's an extraordinary way of putting an athlete in a boat.
Exactly. You can see she has a molded seat that copies the position that she has in the wheelchair. It's the most comfortable position. It elevates her knees slightly above her hips to prevent her spasming from kicking in. It keeps her comfortable, but it also adds a ton of weight. And Andrea is one of those paddlers who is doing it just out of her shoulders and arms. There is no trunk control. You can see with the seat being strapped in the way she is. There's no way she can rotate. So she has to have power for 7.8 kilometers in her arms and
there
her
she is
shoulders.
coming into shot now.
You see she has fairly short stroke because she can't reach, she can't flex forward. She cannot rotate to extend her stroke. And
her directional control is way better than those other two, though. The other two having an absolutely torrid time out there.
She is an experienced paddler. Is she shouting out some instructions to the others?
She's helping them.
I think she's laughing at them.
Wind management.
She's literally having a lot. She's telling them how to
she's hold it like
sort
this.
yourself out, love.
She's giving some advice.
Come here. I'll tell you how to do it. I'll show you how. Come over and see me.
Yeah.
The other thing,
I saw these three just getting prepped in the changing room. Awful lot of attention on hair and makeup going on.
Yes,
as well.
there was.
For the pictures afterwards, they have to look good.
They've thought everything through. They've thought through every eventuality.
She's also so high in the boat from an athletic posture point of view. That's one thing, but from a stability point of view, I know she's got the outrigger in there for stability, but it does make her a lot higher in the water, a lot more exposed in the wind.
Exactly, and she will most likely not stroke at all on her right side.
Yeah.
She will completely stay on the left side where she's safe. I think her boat is set up with a little bit of a lean towards the left to make sure that she doesn't fall over the right side. So for her, a wind over her left shoulder would be very, very hard to control the boat at.
We're finally getting back. We're getting into it now.
Yeah.
We're learning. They're on a steep learning curve, these ladies.
Yesterday when we did the classification and we assessed boat control, we could see that the setup is not yet ideal for both
the
Leonis and Anna at this point. They spend a lot of time sawing and gluing and screwing things into the boat, and I'm not sure they are at the best setup at this point.
Yeah.
But it's a steep learning curve, like you said, being out here, experiencing a marathon course, going through start gates.
Yeah.
It's only going to help them in the long run. And
help us all in the long run.
They're going.
Get it going. Yeah.
They're going.
They are struggling, but they're taking it in the best of spirits. I mean, there's a lot of advice and a lot of laughter going on out there.
Yeah.
And some of these guys are also competing in ocean racing. I know John White has done some ocean racing. I don't know if any of these others have yet, but that's also an option that's open to the Paracanoe classes.
Yeah, I know. It was Timothy who was at the World Championship in Samoa. He told me open ocean racing just a few weeks back.
Maybe. Oh, I don't know. No, Tim wasn't out there. No, John neither. I think it was our OC1 guy. I'm struggling for his name now. From Norwich. He got a medal on Friday. Maybe he was out there.
Yes. Sorry.
I might be muddled up with that as well. But yeah, we did have an athlete out there. So here we go. Back to the women's race. So in shot. From Sweden. I think it's Jenny Hedren. No, it's not. Elena Walden. Paddling well. On balance, the technical proficiency of these athletes is high, very high. Yeah. And we saw the Brazilians on Friday, watching these ladies now, and yeah, I mean, I spend quite a lot of time trying to teach people to paddle nicely, and I'd be happy with any of these. So that's Luciano. Trying to just work out where on the course he is.
He's almost at the small turn cans.
Got him, yeah.
Remarkable balance.
500 metres to go to the end of his first lap. Only 2 laps for him. And then the one small lap. He's pretty much got this nailed down.
And keeping that boat tracking perfectly.
Do you know his backstory at all?
No, I don't. He's a new athlete to me.
There's the KL2s and 3s in the background.
Yeah.
We've lost the Brazilian, but the Argentinian's still there with the 2 great British athletes. We've got Tim Lodge, Charlie Nolden and Mariano Turner. A flotilla of boats coming round that corner. Led more than ably by Luciano.
He's maintaining beautiful strokes, very even and efficient, conserving his energy, budgeting for a second lap.
That's Luciano to the left of our shot as we see it. He's coming down towards, well, opposite us by the finish line. Storming along. So yeah, I think John White's already signed up to the Belgian coast race, which is at the end of September. And to be able to go out on the ocean with any level of disability. Look at that, she paddles so well.
Yeah.
It's again an athlete with the lap belt. Keep the feet anchored into the boat. Connect yourself better to the boat so you can transmit the power from your trunk through your seat and feet into the boat.
So 3 potential medalists in the KL3 class there, all locked in battle still. As Luciano Lima comes round the bottom turn, fascinated to see how he does that. Primarily paddling harder on the right with an occasional back paddle on the left, but the course round the turn, the actual arc around the turn, is as good as anyone else's.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Combination of the back brace and the stronger bow stroke, magnificently done, Ivan. That's great skill in the boat.
And now picking up speed again after he took his first round here.
So am I right in saying there's a fixed rudder in that boat? It's
Yes.
It's not a elasticized off a central point, or it's a rigid fixed rudder.
Yeah, the rudder is fixed, so he doesn't accidentally turn it and give him a spin. So it's usually fixed by attaching the 2 lines in the boat down.
Okay, round the bottom turn comes Sweden's Elina Walden as Luciano Lina goes back up the course for his second lap.
She also seems to be using a right stroke to
Yeah.
come around
Yeah.
here.
We had quite a big discussion last year on why would, when you're talking about open classes and stuff, limit the athletes to the para-spec boats. What would stop them going, you know what, let's just open it out. The ones that need para-spec boats could use them, as they would in able-bodied. If you're an unstable athlete, use a fatter boat. If you're a stable athlete, use a thinner boat. What stops them opening out in that respect?
That's a good question. I have heard that same argument. Let's the open class, let the athletes choose their boat if they're capable. Maybe you don't want the boat to be the determining factor for if someone is faster or not. It certainly levels the playing field a little bit to have one size boat for everyone in the K groups.
No, it's good.
Sweden's Walden pressing on. And then you do see, actually, with John White's going to be one of the next paddlers past us. I don't know if he's going to be on screen yet, but we've still got Walden on screen there because she's looking so good. But John White's come to this event with a completely different looking boat, but it's passed whatever criteria it has to pass.
Yes.
And it looks almost looks like a standard K1 on the front half and a duck-billed platypus at the back. It's kind of a flat, scoopy back. We might see him in a minute, but
was that specially made for him, Ivan?
I don't think it was specially made for him. I think he was the athlete they used in the production of it. I think it's there he is, made by Curtin Kayaks in England, who used to be one of the big manufacturers worldwide, and they've got a good team there now experimenting with different designs. They made a K1 a couple of years back that was quite innovative, and now they've gone for the Paracanoe. And it is very different when you see them on the racks down at the boat shed. Yeah. The one boat stands out quite dramatically. But there's quite heavy restrictions on width at waterline and depth and stuff around that. So somebody's put a lot of time and effort into redesigning something completely different. So I reckon Walden's paid the camera crew for a lot of airtime. There's something going on here. She's all over it.
Well, she's Scandinavian, so you can see.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
What's encouraging as well is I'm looking at our leader's boat there, covered in stickers, which suggests he's been able to attract some sort of commercial sponsors and is getting some backing and getting some attention, which he deserves. I mean, this is a great performance. But if he's been able to attract commercial interest to make this more viable for him and sustainable, then that's a huge step in the right direction.
He's the blonde-haired guy from the VL3 on Friday, right? So he's had a big weekend. We're quite looking, if he gets on the podium, he's quite demonstrative.
Yes.
We can look forward to that.
He soaked up every minute of that moment, and deservedly so.
Yep.
He's come a long way to compete here.
So 6-4-3 in shot. Mariangela Lobato, not from Germany. That's obviously a borrowed boat. She's from Brazil.
Yes, there was due to a change in classification for her, she is racing at the same time as the boat that she was going to be in, which is being used by someone else. So we had to scramble for a minute or two to help her find a willing
donor.
That almost looks like a conventional boat that she's paddling.
They do look pretty conventional when it is a para boat, but they do from a distance, look pretty similar.
Here's a thought. You've been working with the athletes this week. How important is this event to them? I've noticed the attitude and the intensity, and that they're preparing for this event in exactly the same way as the very best in the world are preparing. They're taking it very seriously.
They are, and many of them have not had a lot of lead-up time, so I find their courage very impressive. As you can see, some struggle with controlling the boat in these conditions. They're not used to the cold. I talked to some of the Brazilians who were, I don't want to come out of the sauna. It's cold outside. And they're here and they're giving it their best under, without the years of training that typically accompanies able-bodied racing, where you grow up in a club, you are there from the time you're a kid, maybe your parents race or siblings race. These guys get thrown in and have to learn to swim or sink fairly fast.
That's a good point. Most of them are not wearing PDFs or life jackets. They're not expected to. It's not a prerequisite.
No.
If they are strapped into the boat, I imagine that's a quick release Velcro mechanism or something safe.
Yes, a buckle or a quick release, or when they put a wooden bar across their legs and put it under the opening, they just need to hit it with the hand so it pops up.
Okay.
But I don't know how. I hope they have a chance to practice that, and they do practice it, because if you're upside down, finding that, my heart rate goes up thinking about that.
So the VL1 and VL2's up around the top turn for the first time. It's been a long journey to get up there, so they're enjoying the view up there while they can. They don't want to leave too soon, obviously.
The control and the turn remains a challenge.
Yeah, if you've travelled that far, it's like when you go, if you fly from here to Australia, you might as well spend a couple of weeks there, having gone that far. So girls are doing the same at the end of the lake. They're enjoying it.
So many switches to keep that boat straight. 1, 2, 3, and then back over to keep the nose from drifting too far off the straight line.
I'm sure if you were to track that accurately with a GPS, they would probably do 5 Ks for every 2 course distance covered.
I think that's the prize this lady particularly is going for.
She's worked hard. My goodness, those shoulders are going to be sore afterwards. Particularly when you don't have any use from your legs and the lower part of your trunk, and it's all being done by your shoulders. It just magnifies the amount of stress that's being placed on those shoulders. They must be in pretty good condition to be able to do the full course, but they must be exhausted at the end of the day. And probably needing special help, and you should have a physio on site to be able to look after their needs as well.
That would be absolutely ideal. I think all of them would appreciate a massage.
There is a physio tent on site in the public area down here, I think. I think you can go and get
There is, yes.
Watch out. There's people at the window taking photos. You never know what those might be used for.
Well, I hope the physios are going to come down to the side and look after these athletes when they get off the wall.
Look for them in the sauna. I'm sure they'll gather there and get ready
so
for
the sauna's a hit,
ceremony. Is it? It really is. The benches are the right height, and they put some padding on there so the athletes can stretch afterwards.
Nice.
And do their
Luciano up the top there. He's round his second top turn already. He's nearly finished.
He is flying, Ivan.
He's done 1.5 laps already. 2 laps and 1 small lap for him.
So Andrea, the VL1, keeping up with the VL2 women.
Is the armour always on the same side?
It can be put on the other side. Right. It's 90%, 80% of the time on the left.
Okay. Is that just for traditional reasons?
That's the tradition. Yeah. But certainly some athletes prefer it on the right side based on their impairment. And there's no reason they can't race with it on the opposite side.
Oh, Luciano's going to come steaming past them in a minute. I'll get the kettle on and he'll be home with the kettle on, tea ready.
I'll have the sauna on and ready to go when you get in.
Well, I'm sure he's warming up. I'm not sure the sauna needs to be on at this point. They'll probably come off the water, just dripping sweat like all the other athletes.
On the right of the screen there, I'm looking at that VL1. Hopefully we'll keep it on screen. There's such a limited range of mobility for the arms, which makes it a lot more taxing. Is that mostly because of the structure that's been put in the boat to keep her stable and in the seat?
You mean
looking at the range of movement on the arms and the shoulders themselves, she's literally using her biceps as the principal driver, where the other girls have got the ability to use more of the shoulder and the rotation of the chest, which she doesn't have the opportunity, because I see she's strapped in right up to her chest.
And you can see she's not putting her paddle completely in the water because of the reach.
The height above the... Yep.
And she is strapped in up to her sternum, and all she has is her shoulders and her biceps to move that blade through the water. That's similar to us doing push-ups for how long? An hour that they'll be out there? Let's see if we can match that.
Let's just assume we can't, shall we?
We're warm enough in here.
Yeah, I mean...
As is.
Obviously we could, but, you know, it's time and a place. Time and a place. This isn't it. Those two still locked side by side.
Contact coming.
No, they've avoided contact all day. Luciano's going to come and spoil the party now, though.
Ivan, I would love to drop you into that setup, that VL1 setup, and see how you fare. Strapped up to your sternum. See if you can keep that thing upright and going forward for any projected length of time.
I wouldn't put any bets on it. Luciano storming through. Didn't even say hello, did he? He just came straight past.
He didn't stop to chat. How dare you?
Exactly. That is a man on a mission.
Wouldn't it be polite to...
No, I respect that in a lot of ways. He has set goals and standards for himself. He's racing on a world championship platform in front of an audience that is appreciating that level of endeavor, and he's putting on a show. He's putting on a show.
He's certainly a serious athlete. The way he's coming down that second lap.
Two laps and then a short lap, Ivan.
Yeah. Behind him, the KL3 guys still locked in a group of three. And behind them, John White, leader of the KL2. So this is the front runners in the KL3 class. That's Charlie Nolden leading from Tim Lodge, leading from Mariano Turner. All looking to be quite working within themselves. Maybe Mariano puffing and blowing a little bit more than the other two. So Great Britain and Argentina taking it to Brazil in this one at least.
Yep. We just saw Charlie taking a look back to see who's on his tail. And
I love it. This Brazilian guy is
maintaining the formation that we've seen for the last lap.
So they're coming down for their second lap. They've got another big lap to go, but not so for Luciano. He's the boat to the left of your screen. He's on his final big lap. Get a bit of rousing music, I'm sure, for the last lap. There he is. I'm going to look across to the crowd. And he's about 500 meters maybe from us in commentary.
Ivan, I've got Diego with me at the moment, and we just standing on the side of Lake Els, marveling at the spectacle as our leading Brazilian man comes down in that K1, putting on a show that looks like an elite athlete at any club. How he's able to use a kayak where so much emphasis would be on your legs for the transfer of power to the foot plate to get that boat to go forward, the transfer through the seat. There's a lot of thought and I think a lot of effort that's going into making a sport which maybe would have been difficult for a para-athlete into a very effective sport?
Yeah, I think that it is a big challenge for the coaches, for the athletes to explore this new world, because it is a different way of paddling. Because if now we are looking at the guys, and also there are two aspects. The first aspect of the process of inclusion, because for one observer from outside don't understand if are person with disabilities, and also it is fantastic because there is no limit, and his paddling look like the guys that was in the previous able body competitions. In the other side, and on the technical and medical side, it is how to is able to use the body and know and re-explore the capacity that he can have to build a new movement. And with this is the results. He's able to move forward the boat, where there is one part of the body that it is very active, the upper part of the trunk, of course, or the shoulder, and also the upper part of the trunk. And there is one passive transmission of strength in the rest part of the body. But you can see that there is not any kind of, it is not unbalanced position. The boat, it is very stable, very flat. And we must remember that these guys, with the spinal cord injury, he, of course, have not the use of both the legs, and also partial or full of a hip. And he have a very huge upper trunk, but this means that the body centrum of the body it is very height, and the ability of maintain this kind of balance, dynamic balance, and move forward the boat. For me, it is a fantastic example of physics, of biomechanics application of strength is a result. For me, it is every competition, every time that I am looking the guys is a surprise, and also I like a lot return, go home with a lot of new, no question, but new ideas to find a solution. Because also for the development program that we have, like Paracanoe committee, is just to work and to improve our knowledge more, and also to help all the countries that have a very no specific background on Paracanoe for start with this fantastic new experience. What it is important is that the study about the classification system was done from the GIH, the Institute of Science of Sports and Health of Stockholm, with the two researchers. One also is a professor with Dr. Anna Birkefors, and also with Johanna Rosen, that have done her PhD about the classification system. It is a very advanced system, and also we have also the congrat from the APC, the International Paralympic Committee, about how our deep research, how it is well based in one scientific approach. And this is the results. You can see the guys just in front of us have a very upright trunk position and partial rotation, because it is using only the upper part of the trunk.
It sounds to me like it is changing all the time. There are new discoveries, new advances, technology is changing. Do you share that with all the nations that are involved? It doesn't favor any one athlete?
Yeah, because we are doing also a training camp for the countries that want to have one development. Just one was finished last week in Duisburg, where the coordinator is Jean-Christophe Gonneau. It is also him a member of the committee, but with a specific role about the development. With countries that have no experience low experience in canoe, but not experience in canoe. For example, Egypt or Senegal or Nigeria or many countries of South America. And this is a very, I like to call slow tango, because what was incredible is that this year on the quota for the Paralympic Games in the KL3, the bronze medalist was one guy from Algeria. But it is amazing. one person from Algeria, but it is just on the first 6 in the first quota for the qualification. And the same from India. India have done 2 quotas for Paralympic Games, and was a dream 3 or 4 years ago to think that India can have quota in Paracanoe for the Paralympics. It's very, very amazing. I totally agree. Yeah.
One quick question for you before I hand back to Ivan. Yeah. What is the main emotion you feel when you witness such a great performance as we've just seen from the blue K1 and the Brazilian man going past? Is it excitement? Is it pride? What do you feel?
It is a nice question, and also I will be very, very clear. I was before this new journey in Paracanoe. I was artist and a high performance coach for the able-bodied person, but just my academic degree. Also, I have one master specific for the development of sports with person with disability, and for me, I have a lot of emotion, a lot of fantastic feelings. Every competition, during every Paracanoe competition, because I have my eyes are full of fantastic, fantastic view, and also I don't want to use the cameras. I want to see, because I want to imprint in my brain. Because if I am looking with my camera, I lose times because I cannot understand what they are living, and I like to stay with them and also to share the emotion, the feeling that I have with the boat, because just to paddle, like you have the feeling with the water, because you are on the water, but you listen to the water. It is a fantastic emotion, and I am impressed about if they lose one part of antennas of their body, because the legs don't give answer to the body where they are. They lose one part of the kinesthetic approach with the body, with the outside. They are able to find the solution, and also for me it is incredible. They give to me a lot of solution that I am not able to do. It is I think it is just for the turn is. Every time is a new and fantastic emotion. Say thank you to all of them. Absolutely.
Well, we will collectively just say thank you to you for the effort that you put into it, because it's a massive inclusion for our sport. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
So while Dave and Luciano were having a chat, I don't mean Dave and Luciano, do I? I mean Dave and Diego.
Diego, yeah.
Luciano has made his way round the top turn and he is on the home straight. Meanwhile, Alina Walden's gone up to the top turn. John White's gone past us up to the top turn. In front of us now, we've got Frederick Sondergaard and Jenny Hedron also heading up that way. 695 is Oscar Filo. He's in the VL2 men. So Frederick Sondergaard and Oscar Filo very close together with everything to play for. John White at the moment though well ahead. In shot now 731 is Andrea Silva.
Very wide strokes to turn, take the turns. Again, you could see she reached to the side that she could fall into, so she was very careful, leaning into the armor while gently moving the boat, the nose of the boat around, and was very successful and coming down into her short lap already.
Yeah. No, they've only done one big lap.
Okay.
So they've got 2 big laps to do.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
So all the way up to the top again. Leonis Friedrich there also.
Would she explore using a longer blade on the pedal to get more of the blade into the water? Would it give her more stability and more capacity to turn?
Here he comes. The big man is across the line. That's our
big round of applause.
Yes.
Massive round of applause, please.
That's Luciano Lima, world champion in the KL1 men's.
A longer blade might give you more steering around the turns, but it might also really wear you out on a two-lap course. So I think you have to find that sweet spot between enough blade in the water and the ability to maintain that much force on whatever blade you choose to go with for the length of your race.
So also going up to the short turn. Not sure who that is on the far side. It could be Elina Walden, I think.
The inclusion of these athletes at this World Championships is a great opportunity, but it begs the question, what next? Is it important to keep creating goals and events and avenues for them to showcase what they can do and compete?
As we talked about on Wednesday when the first pair races started, we are hoping to create more opportunity and a wider base. In the past, all the athletes had was a 200-meter sprint, and now we need to give them more opportunities because not everyone is a sprinter. Yeah. There are many people whose body lend themselves more to marathon, and they should have an opportunity to compete at high levels as well. So
it's not just physicality, it's mentality as well. Sense of adventure is hardly fulfilled by racing 200 meters down a sterile regatta course. It's not really an adventurous type activity. Or at least here, you know, up to that top turn, it's quite rural up there, isn't it? It's quite remote. And for those that venture out onto the ocean, I mean, that is a whole adventure again. And
I'm not sure how much these athletes take time to look at this beautiful setting, but I'm sure once they cross the finish line, that might.
I'm not sure you look at it, you kind of feel it when you're out there. It's a lovely feeling to be surrounded by this sort of scenery on the water. So 6.72 there, Jenny Hedren.
And given how many athletes we've seen take a quick swim after they finish, cross the finish line, they must feel this water is beautiful.
Here comes our second world champion of the day in the open women. It's Elina Walden from Sweden. Second boat across the line and first in the open ladies.
Strong finish.
And looking at her paddle, it's no surprise she was first in the open
Great
ladies.
finish.
As good as anyone you see. Great day out for her. So a win for Sweden to add to the win that they took in the women's short course yesterday afternoon.
In the time you've spent with the athletes, have they engaged and integrated with the rest of this elite event? I mean, they're sharing the venue with some of the greatest names in the sport, and that must be encouraging in themselves. And I've seen instances of some of those big athletes making an effort to come and reconnect with these athletes and just say, you know, you're part of the brotherhood, keep it up, and, you know, give them all sorts of motivation and encouragement.
I did see a number of able-bodied athletes on Wednesday cheering on the para-athletes, so I do think they are encouraging, they're welcoming to the para-athletes, and they do want to see them included.
The inclusion is so geographically, physically difficult also though, because the athletes are up in the tent way up there, aren't they?
Yeah.
The main athlete base. That's not a practical venue for these guys who are more based down in the more made up area down here.
Here she comes.
So this is second place in the open women.
Lobato just crossed the finish line.
Victory salute, I love it.
Second place for Brazil.
She is loving life right now. Taking the crowd with her all the way. Just checking the stats on her watch. And following her is 6.72, I think, Jenny Hedren.
Appreciative applause from the crowd down here at Lake Vejen. Lake Jels in Vejen.
So that's your 1, 2, 3 podium right there. The one who missed out today was Rebecca Carlson, who isn't far away.
Still
there
paddling
she is in
hard,
shot.
pushing, not giving up, and coming
And
down.
still moving well.
Yep.
Give me a sense of the relationship and camaraderie between these athletes. It's a significantly greater challenge for them to get to the venue and to get to train and to get to race. They must share those challenges and encourage each other.
I'm sure that's true for all the teams. Sometimes, as we talked about on Wednesday, accommodations have to be different. The able-bodied athletes can go into hostels and share rooms, while the disabled athletes have to be in more accessible accommodations. So I see that as a separation between athletes in a team.
So across the
Well
line
done.
comes Rebecca Carlson. Good day's work for her. Suffering with a bit of tennis elbow by the look of it. She needs to come and chat to me. I might be able to solve that. I've got a plan.
I can feel her pain.
Yes.
I've got a plan for that.
Again, an athlete who's pretty well strapped in. We see the strap across the legs and across her back.
All that work hasn't stopped her talking though, has it?
Last minute instructions. Does she have to come into boat control? Is that the call she's receiving?
And race on.
Mhm.
Still in the KL3 men's. This is going to come to a churn up on the last small lap. Brazilian, camera angle's hard to tell, but I think he certainly hasn't lost ground on them on this last long lap. He's still churning away. That was Santos just behind them. He is working proper hard, old Santos. He's sensing. Look at that. He's trying to close that gap down. And at that speed, he probably will.
He will. He will.
Be good to see when they come past us what that actual. He's slowed down again now. He had a little flurry to get by or to catch up. Back onto the drink system. And it's the Argentinian leading from the two great British athletes. Brazil just chasing them down bit by bit. But the front three looking relaxed. I'm favouring Tim Lodge at this stage. He's got a nice turn of speed from his 200 metre days. He was first away from the start line. But still quite a long way to go. They've got to do their small lap yet, and they're about 300 metres away from us at the moment. Argentinian wants someone else to do the work, and Tim obliges.
Responded to instruction immediately. It's impressive.
Argentinian's beginning to look a little bit jaded. But there's a man on a mission. Still a considerable gap to close though for him.
Yeah, for all that grit and determination, it's not really yielding the results.
.702 there. Charlie Nolden also looking quite relaxed.
Saving it for the home stretch.
Yep.
One thing that always strikes me with para-athletes is the wide range of ages. You see very young guys and people who would probably able-bodied be more in the masters racing, but here they're all combined, so there is a considerable age difference between the two British paddlers. Also,
they might not thank you for pointing that out. Just saying.
I'm sure they're not listening.
Can you
they're
tell
focused.
Can you tell me which one is older, or to expand on that at all?
I'm going to leave it at that.
Do not be lured into any further trouble by Lawler.
So Tim Lodge leads, Charlie Nolden on his right, and the Argentinian Mariano Turner on his left. One more bottom turn to go, and they're just about to do that now. And next time they come back down here, it's the race to the finish line.
This is normally the stage in the race where I ask Ivan to commit to who he thinks is going to win, and what invariably happens is that it terminally ends their chance of any great success in the race. Oh, just touching the boys. Well done, the Argentinian keeping it together. So, Ivan, time to nail your colours to the mast.
I can't do that.
You got too much vested interest in this thing.
It's going to be quite a close race.
It is going to be close.
They are very well matched, all three of them.
Yes.
I mean, you see the little collisions on the turn. Everyone's leaving room, but it's just that little lack of steering ability that's causing those nudges. There's no malice. There's no aggression in that. It's just a little bit of vagueness in the steering that's causing the problem.
Well, Argentina pulling slightly ahead here, but
yeah, but everything to play for.
I fancy. Okay, I'm going to step into where Lawler's too scared to tread. These three have really managed their race well. Their course management has been good. It's been gentlemanly. It's been clever the way they've shared the workload. But I suspect the Argentinian has got the burn of speed. If it came to composure and tactical nous, I would go with Lodge. But I am at this stage nailing my colours to the Argentinian master. Let's see.
No one's gone for the youngster then.
Correct.
Oh, we might be in for a surprise. He might be holding back.
So I don't really know Charlie Nolden. So I haven't really got a set view on that. I do know that Tim has a very decent turn of speed.
Okay.
So if it comes to a last 50 metres, I'm going for Tim. I do think that if he gets caught leading all the way from the top turn and gets a bit excited a bit early, it could all come crashing down around him. So he's got to measure it out quite accurately, I think, from that top turn back. But he's in a good place.
That's a good point. I mean, you can give me a great read on this. Win or lose, he loves what he does.
Who, Tim?
Tim.
100%. I mean, he got into the 200-metre system and didn't quite make it to the games. I mean, he was as close as you can get without going. And there's an intensity around that, and that I'm going to go so far as to say it's quite an unpleasant intensity around that. Everything's measured in milliseconds and tenths of seconds, and every time you go out, you're told that you're a little bit slow here or a little bit. It's just too much.
It's not helpful, is it?
So he took himself out of that in the end, and we did a bit of work, and we actually during COVID we used to go for what we call COVID paddles and just go on the river and shot now. Talk about John while he's in shot. That's in the new boat that Canoe-Kayaks have made. You can see it's quite a bizarre shape, front end, very much like a standard racing K1, and then it
beaver
fans
tail
out behind him. John enjoying himself, and he can go that speed all day. One of the fittest men I know.
Is that a jointed prosthetic arm? Is there a range of movement in the elbow?
No, the elbow's fixed. What's really exciting about that prosthetic is the wrist.
Yes, it can rotate.
So as it rotates,
does it extend?
It's on a screw thread, a spiral. so it reaches out at the last bit, and then
nice.
So quite a lot of work's gone into that, obviously. But he's thinking of changing the arm shape. So he's got an inverted commas elbow on that. So it's a bent arm shape. But he's thinking straight might be better because with the bent arm, there's a torsion aspect to that. Whereas with a straight arm, you can't get the same level of torsion on the shoulder. So he's thinking of changing. Here goes.
There's my man. There's my man. There's my man.
Now
it's game on. They are. Where are they? They're about 300 meters to go.
Vamos.
Everything to play for. I think the Argentinian's gone a bit early.
Vamos, Ramiano.
The nose of Great Britain's Tim Lodge, and here goes Tim Lodge.
There goes.
There goes Charlie Nolden as well. Tim Lodge.
Oh, there's the dark horse.
It's going to be the
Argentinian's coming back.
The wave will fall for Tim Lodge. You get the wave between them. There's a little lift here for him if he can stay on it. But the other two coming together. It's been Nolden. They're going to all.
Oh, he's cutting him out. They're squeezing him out. Tim's going to have to go round.
It's going to be Nolden for gold. Tim Lodge struggling with the waves there.
Vamos, Mariano.
It's going to be very tight for silver. I think Lodge is going to get the silver here. He's just inching up on the Argentinian. Everything to play for. Nolden's away and clear. Lodge comes past.
Here comes Lodge. Oh, he's had to just one pedal stroke.
On the wave there. Finish line can't come soon enough for any of them at this stage.
Charlie Nolden. And
Charlie's forgotten he's past the finish line there.
What a great race. What a
finish.
What a great race.
Beautiful race. Tight till the very end.
Look at the fist pump at the finish. Oh.
Good race by all three. Well managed. Feel for the Argentinian. He gave it everything he could to win that. Probably
200 meters
too early.
200 meters too long for him.
Yeah. And now across the line comes the Brazilian Santos.
Yay! Celebrating it like he just won the elite men's long distance K1.
Solid effort from him, chasing down all the way. So he's fourth in the KL3 men, just outside the medals. Here comes John White now. Not sure exactly where he is on the course. I think he's got about 300-400 meters to go. That's him there in shot.
You do a calculation on power to weight ratio and his power output, given that he's short of limbs. He's a strong athlete. He really is.
I think pound for pound, you're probably looking at one of the best in the world there.
Yeah.
I think the amount of speed he can get with the number of limbs that he's got is absolutely phenomenal.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
And over that distance to maintain that.
The distance is no problem for him. He's done the Devizes to Westminster.
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Which is 125 miles through the night. I mean,
that's properly tough, yeah.
It's really miserable when he did it. I said hello to him somewhere around halfway. He just ignored me, blanked me totally. Never truly forgiven him for that. But we still act like we're mates a little bit occasionally.
And he has quite the lead over.
I've got a story about him that I probably have safe off air, to be fair. But
please don't throw him under the bus in his moment of glory. Just dignify the man with some
It's one that makes me chuckle anyway.
It's time to blow smoke
John's
because
coming
it's
across the line. Winner of the K2w men, well ahead of the Dane and Brazilian. John White storms across the line.
That's a great performance, being recognised by the crowd. Do you change the feather on those blades if you're using a prosthetic connection? Do you keep it flatter at all? What does he do?
I think he's
he looks normal 60
degrees.
Normal.
Yeah. So the right hand is fixed.
It's got that pivot in the rollout as well.
So it's fixed. So as you lift up, the change of angle is your feather. So you can adjust that a lot. People with the prerequisite number of wrists can adjust that with the wrist, but he can't because the wrist doesn't flex up and down. So he has to have a feather, I would think. I don't think you could do that without.
Yeah.
So I know Stefan was hoping to get some interviews somewhere, but I'm sure we'll be warned if that's the case.
It's Daniel Santana turning at the top turn of the short lap, cruising down to the finish.
And here we have another instance of where someone with nominally less impairment was overtaken by someone with a higher disability. John White, KL2, faster than someone from the KL3 men's kayak group.
That's the trouble when you categorise. Any time you categorise, there's got to be overlaps, hasn't there? Because it's not a simple sliding scale.
Right.
So, it's,
so much more goes into your endurance here.
Local hero Frederik Sondergaard of Denmark.
The reason he's going so hard is he's only just behind the Brazilian. There's only a few lengths in it. I think he's fancying his chances, but maybe it's more than a few lengths. Maybe more than a few lengths. He's just there. It's game on. That's Oscar Filo.
He's huffed and puffed his way around the course, but the exertion only amplifies the commitment.
Daniel Santana in action still. Coming round the bottom turn for the last time. And across the line, Oscar Filo. Heir to the pastry empire, I believe.
Get into your hutch.
Sondergaard just behind him, just about 10 lengths behind him.
Willkommen, Frederik Sondergaard.
Storm into the finish.
Some meet and greet
between
the Brit and the
some
Brazilian.
serious camaraderie happening on the water here. It circles us back to what I was asking you about, the connections and the relationships between these athletes. There's our Dane, who's acquitted himself admirably today.
The positive-looking thumbs up belies the absolutely pissed-off look on his face. The two things clashed there for a moment, but that's a face of exertion, and exertion it was all the way down that finishing straight especially. He had Filo in his sights. Oh, he's cheering up now. Everything's looking better.
Some good post-race banter. fascinated by that curtain boat. I'd love to have a close-up look at it.
Go and have a look later.
Flip it over and
have a sit in it.
Yeah.
I think it's set up. I think the foot structure might be
Right
set
there.
up so that you can't.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's mobile enough.
True.
I'm sure he wouldn't mind if you did have a go though. So I remember when we were racing K2 the first time, the boat was filling up with water and I was getting angrier and angrier inside, thinking, why can't you pump? And I just at this moment I thought, well, obviously I realised why now.
Yeah.
So luckily I didn't have a proper go at him live, but he would have managed that well enough.
He would have laughed you into oblivion, I think.
The true irony of that was that he only asked me at the last minute, and I think it was a 12-mile race roughly, and I didn't make it to the end, and he was pushing me to the end, shouting encouragement to me for the last 2 miles, and I was absolutely useless.
And you went
without him, we wouldn't have got back. And that's an actual fact that I could not have got back on my own. And he was come on, he said, come on, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it. And I had this constant stream of encouragement coming, and I just thought,
humbling, I think.
Yeah, I need to take a long, hard look at myself.
It's been a tough
Going
day
up for the final short lap.
Anna Borgia should be heading up for what we suspect is the final short lap. Always got time for a big cheery smile towards the crowd or any camera.
She's got an eye for a crowd and a camera, old Anna, hasn't she? It wasn't by chance they were doing their hair and makeup in the sauna before they left.
I think I did see her doing a couple of hair and makeup last minute in the sauna. I'd stick my neck out and say she's racing comfortably double the distance that she set out to race because of the way that thing snakes around. And she's just stuck like a soldier to the task of having to flip the paddle blade over to the other side of the boat to correct that slide. So official results then. Walden of Sweden taking the open women's class from Lobato of Brazil, with Swedes Hedren and Carlson making up 3 and 4. The group you're going to see there are the group that hopefully, when they are...
You're looking at 8K in under 50 minutes there.
Yeah.
That's a good, solid average club paddler level. There are not many people...
This was super impressive. 8Ks in 44 minutes, taking the KL1. Luciano Lima. Yeah, what a showcase. I think everybody that witnessed him storming home was profoundly struck by just what a great athletic achievement that was. KL2, Jonathan White taking it from Oscar Filo.
Essentially 11 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
With one arm.
So if he had 2, would he go 22?
Obviously. Why not?
Winner, chicken
That's what
dinner.
I said. Pound for pound.
KL3 going the way of Brazil. That was a great finish.
No, hang on a minute. That's not... Daniel Santana's still to finish, I think.
That's correct. Charlie Nolden took that.
Charlie Nolden, the win.
Tim Lodge, and then Mariano Turner. And Santos is home inside the hour for the 12Ks, for the 11Ks.
Very tight race there.
Great race.
Beautiful.
Good race.
Finish of the day.
Yeah.
Very
Finish
exciting.
of the day so far.
Here comes Daniel. Daniel Santana in the home stretch.
Well, we can see his right leg. Is that? Yeah. So does he have a left leg, or is it just flat on the bottom?
Right leg that we see. Yes, he has one. Above knee amputee on the left.
Yeah, but that's just laying flatter in the bottom of the boat.
Ana Borges trying to keep her boat going straight.
She was happier when she had company around to chat with.
Across the line, it's Daniel Santana. Great job from him. Thanks for the entertainment, Daniel. Done a great job.
Not so much.
Part of this extended Brazilian delegation. Just so excited to see, one, the sheer volume of athletes that are coming through this Brazilian program to be able to participate in an event like this. The technical range of competence that they're bringing, and then most importantly, the attitude, because there's been such an enthusiasm and a zeal from the Brazilian athletes, and that delegation is a distinct asset to this event.
I'm just excited by your use of the word zeal in that sentence.
Love zeal, love zeal.
That's why you're a professional and I just get to come along every now and then.
That's a long... She's still chuckling.
Yes.
It's a long way up there if you have to paddle backwards every now and then.
And if we compare this to her kayaking on Wednesday, she seemed more at home in her kayak and able to put the power into the water and moving forward rather than having to spend a lot of time keeping the boat on course.
Oh, there's a little boy issue here. There's a little boy. Well done. Well caught.
You've got to get the arm around it as well, haven't you?
Yeah.
Does the law allow you to
That's a good question
sneak
for the
the
judges.
armor outside of the buoy if the core boat goes around the buoy but the armor doesn't? Or am I poking the bear here?
Yeah.
I think you are, Dave. I think you need to rein it in.
Again.
Causing problems.
Okay.
Leonie's too.
Everyone's still smiling.
I would find it impossible to bottle a frustration. So she is winning all my admiration for this.
Here she goes, picking up speed, having to brake to keep the nose from turning too far to the left.
We've talked about these truly alternate methods of applying steering, like a chin strap or something attached to the mouth. I think it would make her life easier if there was a way that she could at least maintain some steering without breaking the paddle stroke. I mean, she literally has 4 or 5 strokes and then there's a correcting backstroke.
Yeah, for the Va'a there is no rudder, so it will have to be done by the paddle, but many athletes master the J stroke and are able to stay on one side. Definitely a backstroke slows you down and adds to your
journey time.
Yes. But they're not giving up. They're keeping at it.
Nearly coming to the end of this session. Just across the front of us as we speak, Andrea Silva in the VL1, the last to set off on that final short lap.
It's one of the challenges of being an athlete that inherently spends longer time out on the course. It is just a much longer time in the boat. If you're an elite racer, and we've marveled at people finishing inside 50 minutes here, for the athlete that's going to take an hour and 45, you have been in that seated position, grinding away for twice the length of time, in the sun, getting dehydrated. It's a totally different set of challenges. It's the plight of the weekend warrior who's just not fit and just spends longer times running their road marathons, whatever they're doing.
And a very specific concern for some of the paddlers is the friction you experience between your skin or your outfit, your clothes, and the seat over that length of time, leading to skin breakdown, and then having you not be able to go out for training the next day because you need to heal. So trial and error. These athletes learn where they have to put foam and protect their body to make sure they can be out there for 2.
Oh, there she goes. While the camera's on her,
Speeding
that's a burst of speed while it's going straight. Makes good sense to me. And we kind of started this discussion, particularly those with rigid prosthetics. The chafe is always going to be a source of ongoing discomfort. So you've got to get, I don't know, it's different for every individual, but I guess you will adapt and become streetwise to ways to manage that chafe. You can't make it go away. It's just going to be an added layer of discomfort to what is already a tough physical encounter.
Yes, absolutely.
Clouds looming on the horizon, Ivan. It's been probably the pick of the day's racing this whole week, the conditions we've had this morning.
Yep, the wind's picked up a little bit since first thing, and the clouds are coming in the sky a little bit, but it's been bright and sunny all day and promises to stay that way for the afternoon.
Under 23 women coming up.
Once this session's over, that's going to be a big race. It's quite I've only got one of the 2 pages there, but there's a good lineup in that under 23 women. Some of the really big names.
Saskia Hockley racing as an under 23 now after a career as a junior that was extraordinarily successful for her. Marathon and as a surf ski paddler. She was a surf ski world champion.
So Bahas go up to the top turn, making their way round. We'll start the preliminary work for our next race, which is taping our start list together so we can keep you informed.
What we have done is we've rigged up a camera to expose to the world the Ivan Lawler color coding system.
I can't do the full color coding system because I've forgotten my blue highlighter this year.
Oh my word! The production is going to be on its face today.
Here we see Andrea again, keeping up the good work, short stroke.
She is tough.
But not letting up. And again, remember, it's all coming out of her arms and her shoulders. There's no trunk,
turn there.
No legs to recruit.
I did see her trying to shift her position in that structure that's looking after her chest all the way up to her sternum, I guess.
Yeah.
Just questioning whether she needs to do the short lap here.
Yes, yes, yes is the answer.
I think she's pleased that yes is the answer, to be fair. That's a vulnerable point for her. The wind's coming from her left now.
Yes,
she's paddling on the right.
Could pick up the armor and dump her to the outside, so she has to be very careful.
Super careful now.
Yeah.
And with her body weight so high in the boat.
Yep.
She might have just picked off one of her competitors over there who's drifted offline and is struggling to turn the boat to the left.
I think you're spot on,
It could be a big win here. I think...
Is she still trying to turn that?
Oh, if they let her go past the short turn.
I wonder if they're shortening the race for her.
No, she's done 2 laps.
That's right.
One small lap. Oh no,
it looks like.
So she's just in front of the motorboat. Where was the other athlete?
Top right. There she was on the top right.
and you can see her
Look at the roll of the wrist.
J-stroking
J-stroke,
to
yeah.
maintain
Yeah.
that perfect straight that she has been mastered.
She is super impressive. She really is. Particularly when the other two Vahas have evidenced to us how they can slide completely out of control if you don't have it completely mastered. She's aced this.
Her boat is an all-wave, a slightly longer boat than the other two, it appears to me. So that might help keep her on course a little bit more, make it...
And a bit lower volume front and back,
Yep.
so there's a bit less windage on the ends.
Absolutely.
I'm just concerned about the other lady we saw who wasn't...
With drifting off to the side.
She was just heading east.
Is somebody gonna...
She's just double checking that she is in the final straight. Always helpful ITOs on the naughty chair at that turn can. A lot of those outriggers and Vahs do actually detach to make them easier to transport, but that looks like a boat that would be a logistic challenge.
I think, no, they do
move
pop
around.
through. There's a
They
little
pop them out,
tube
yeah.
they pop through.
Yeah, but
yeah.
With the quick release,
Yeah.
slide in button.
Slide in button.
and you slide that all into the boat to transport it.
No, that's separate, I think.
Hand luggage.
I had to load the one we had on our van and unload it rather. It was just a big long bit. So you can see the little silver button that holds the armour in place.
Oh,
Starting to look uncomfortable.
she is
isn't
looking
she?
uncomfortable, and my heart goes out to it.
She dished out some lessons in paddling at the start.
Yes, she did.
But was careful not to dish out too much information so that she would be beaten. She was very sparing with that information. Enough to make her look good and friendly, but not enough to affect the result. I noticed that.
So she's racing a shorter course than the other two.
Yeah.
They have one more lap to go.
Oh, my goodness.
And she's in the home stretch. Yeah. Here
Which
we
is
see
why
her
they were
again,
carrying on.
adjusting.
She will be looking forward to getting out of that. What do you call that? That setup that's put in the boat for her. I mean, is it a...
Yeah, molded seat. A custom molded seat to her specification.
Is it made out of foam? Is it fiberglass? Is it steel?
I think it's carbon fiber, very light. And then padded with foam as she needs to protect her skin.
And then does she Velcro strap herself in?
She seems to have a lap belt, and they're usually Velcro straps, yes.
So is there support on the front of her torso, or is she
Yes.
largely supported at the back?
She is supported with a hard shell in the back, but she's also has something to prevent her from falling forward because she can't bring, through muscle power, can't bring herself back up.
Just looking for confirmation from the officials as to what her course is.
Yeah.
I think she's thinking she's got another small lap to go. He's trying to tell her it's just across the finish now. I'm going to put it out there that 3 laps and 1 small lap is too far. And I think
we are still experimenting with the distances. I think there have been some adjustments made since last year, but it's still not optimal. And
you get to a point in all these races where nothing changes anymore. The distances between the athletes are too large to have meaningful change, and that's probably the time at which you want to pull the plug. And
yeah, and for me, more than anything, yes, this is a high-profile event, but it's got to stay fun all the way through.
Absolutely. And this is at best weather conditions.
Yes.
This is what we have. Imagine we had rain or higher winds, what that would look like. And the stress on the athlete would be that much more.
So I'm in no way a course maker or anything, but to have the athletes within view, just doing the small lap a number of times, would be more entertaining, and be probably safer as well, with the athletes always in front of people's vision.
So let's welcome him home. What a champion performance.
Andrea Silva across the line, world champion in the VL1 women. Great performance.
She's exhausted.
And a great
she has
show of what
absolutely
can be done.
left it out there. Congratulations. Lots of noisy support from the other Brazilians.
The winning pose. Relieved to have made it.
You are a rock star. Well done. Oh, your point is good, Ivan. Those two remaining outriggers have got a long afternoon ahead of them still.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, to what end?
A bridge too far, in my personal view.
Yeah. So that's the learning curve, isn't it? I guess that's why it's unofficial at the moment. You're still in the phase where you're trying to set the parameters that make sense to work in. And
to some extent, this would also get better as athletes have more time to prepare and know what they're getting themselves into.
To a great extent.
Train for that distance. But I agree that we need to look at the distances and make sure they are appropriate for the level of impairment these athletes race under.
I've noticed the Brazilians are never short of a celebration.
Spirited bunch.
Well, they've come a long way.
Yeah, they have.
It was a long race.
Yeah, and
now let's have a long celebration to make it even. Ana Borges.
Where is she on the course exactly?
She's the leader.
I think
in that class, and it looks like
the drone has packed lunch and gone up course to find her. That might be her on the way back from the top turn.
Yep. So that's about.
And she's still got a small lap technically after
1,000 meters away.
Yeah.
So about.
And again, if she could control the boat better, she probably already paddled the required distance.
Yeah. If you can hear something that sounds a bit like a cross between a duck and a chicken in the commentary room, that's Dave. He's just been handed a whole bowl full of his top favourite rum balls there.
You can't call him a rum ball. You're in Denmark. It's a rombal.
Which sounds more like a womble, which is a furry creature that tidies up Wimbledon Common back in England.
This is a romkugler.
Kugler.
They're a bit too much for me.
My new best friend Andreas fed me my first rombal and then apologized profusely because it was an undersized rombal. So he went off to a bakery and got an enlarged rombal, which looked like a vital organ largely, but it was a large, big, very tasty thing covered with multicolored sprinkles. And I did kind of raise an eyeball at the multicolored sprinkles, thinking it was intended for a kid's Christmas party. So he's now gone and provided me with an entire box, which I'm not going to let Lola touch, because
I don't appreciate them.
No, when he starts, he hoovers them up.
They're not for me.
He hoovers them. They disappear with alacrity.
All yours. All yours. All 10 of them.
Can I feed you a rombal?
No, thank you.
Oh, not live on air. I don't want to see that.
That's great.
That sort of behaviour live on air, Dave, to be discouraged.
I was going to offer her a rombal and then ask her a question. That's how we roll.
No.
Ivan, I'll give you one rombal.
I'm out. Thanks, Dave.
Permission to have a rombal. I'm leaving you with
Go
commentary.
ahead. Go ahead. No one out there knows.
So who do we still have out there who has not completed?
We
Is it
have
the VL2
Leonis
women?
Friedrich and Anna Borges, both out there. They're the only two out there now, and they're headed back.
Completing their
third long
lap
and
still having a small lap to complete the whole course.
She's getting there.
If they didn't have better things to do, I would love to organize a little vanguard of able-bodied paddlers to line the finish line for the last 20 meters either side to welcome them home, because I think that would be an appropriate congratulations.
Almost like the red arrows, you mean? Like a formation flight coming in.
What a cool idea. You got the job, Owen.
We could organise that. Just having a little view out the window, see the other paddlers warming up for races later this week. See a couple of the youngsters from my club at home warming up their K2 out there. And if anyone from home's listening, they're looking pretty good. So that's good news. Anna Borges still on screen. We have no idea at the moment where Leonis is on the course, but somewhere a bit further back than Anna. There she is, just around the top turn.
Here's a question. We know about the parapaddlers and the qualification for the Olympics in sprints. This has been a demonstration of what parapaddlers are capable of doing in marathon. What about the other paddling disciplines? And I take it to you because while I was playing canoe polo, one of the most competent players in our team was a quadriplegic. You had to get strapped into that boat, and he was unbelievably strong. He had the longest arm and a throw of the entire team, and whenever we needed a long-distance shot, we used to flip the ball out to him. Are they getting involved in other disciplines? I'm not suggesting we go to freestyle or surf ski. They obviously, we might have safety concerns, but...
Well, surf ski, they're already there, Dave. They're already there. Ocean racing.
Yep.
Surf ski, ocean racing certainly is attracting a lot of parapaddlers. They have beautiful venues, ocean paddling. I have not heard about polo.
Canoe polo, apart from the fact that it's canoeing's greatest team sport, in small maneuverable boats, you wedge tightly into the cockpit where there's no rudder involved, so the steering issues are entirely dealt with by paddles. But critically, it's football in a boat, or it's basketball in a boat. And that upper body strength distinctly advantages athletes like that. And our trump card was a man who literally had no use of his body from the waist down.
And he could control his boat enough
He
to
paddled
throw that ball the direction you wanted him to.
All the steering came from the upper body. When you need to play the ball, you put your paddles down. You bounce the ball up out of the water, or it gets thrown into your hand, and then you throw it. And the strength in his upper body was distinctly stronger than any of the normal paddlers, the able-bodied paddlers. And his capacity to hurtle that thing like a missile across the course was our big trump card.
Can you tell the paddlers that are on the water to either get off the water or stay up on the other side of the start until the para's finished? They're not supposed to be on the water at all.
Can we put out a message to all the paddlers and their coaches who are currently warming up? Appreciate that lunchtime is the training time, but can you please stay away from the course that is still actively being used by our Paracanoe athletes? Go to one end or the other, or stay well off to the side, but do not go on the course while the para athletes are still racing. Thank you. So Anna Borges coming down. We can see her now. She's about 200 meters from her final bottom turn.
Extending that discussion, given that slalom is an Olympic sport and the paddle motion I was describing for a canoe polo and a polo bat is very much the same as you have for a slalom boat. There's no rudder. It's all movement of the hull of the boat and then mostly your paddle stroke. Slalom for a paddle athlete?
I could see people finding that a very attractive sport, the way you're describing it. And I would not be surprised if there is a push for para-athletes to enter into that discipline as well.
And slalom is as easy or as tough as you make it. You know, if you look at what we're racing on the Olympic courses, it's an intimidating and quite scary prospect. But we have slalom on flat water. You hang those gates over a stretch of flat water, forward and backward gates, and it's fun. You put it on a little bit of moving water, it becomes slightly more technically challenging. A little bit of white water, it can be safely done by people of virtually any ability, and I would be excited to see para-paddlers getting in there.
One concern I often have is there are not as many para-paddlers as there are able-bodied paddlers, and it is fun to race when there's more than just you at the start line in your class. So recruiting enough athletes to have the numbers to make that a challenge. I'm not saying we need 20 per category, but if we have 5 to 10, I think the athletes themselves will enjoy that challenge more than being the one and only at the start line.
In a way, I'm going to pull you up on that slightly because, you know, I'm thinking John White back at home. He just joins in with the and there's your community right there. And you know, sure, sometimes the course is adapted slightly. He doesn't have to go over the portage. One of the main reasons why I like paddling with him, to be fair, because you don't have to portage. You just paddle straight through. I mean, there are fringe benefits to paddling with John that you just don't get with your average partner. So I think, you know, thinking of it as a separate sport or a separate population is a mistake in a way. Sure, at some point you have to have a championship like this where you're comparing like with like, but we've seen plenty of these guys today who are more than capable of keeping up with an average club race paddler and chuck them in there and use that as the learning ground, especially for marathon where a lot of the stuff is tactical. And if you keep if the two populations are separate, there's never, well, not never, certainly in the near foreseeable future, there's never going to have the numbers to learn the skill set that you need to adapt to these races in the long term. So to put them in with just able-bodied paddlers of their speed ability would be fantastic, I think.
There are some other parasports who have experimented with that lack of having enough is maybe the wrong word, but a number of people of the same disability at the start, and they have come up with handicaps that you get for a certain disability. So you can start with whoever and just get added time to your end result based on your disability or ability. And that can make for an exciting race as well.
So Anna Borges starts her final short lap while actually while I was talking they've changed the shot, but we saw Leonis Frederick just up the course a little bit further, and so we've got our penultimate athlete on the short lap now.
Full respect, she's probably going to land up clocking the longest time of the week, but she's done it with such focus and determination.
And has worked through the frustration of not being able to...
Not many people would be able to deal with.
keep that boat on course and do whatever it takes to finish.
Yeah, you. The other side, Ivan, is that your point about handicaps is a good one. For those that are competitive, for an awful lot of your average athlete, it's participation rather than result that is what they're after. They want to go out and do the race rather than win the race. And for them, the inclusion and acceptance and ability to compete with and alongside able-bodied athletes is such a plus. I had a friend and a colleague who was a river marathon paddler with a prosthetic arm, had lost an arm right at the shoulder, and had, without much help, come up with a prosthetic attachment to his paddle, competed every weekend alongside able-bodied paddlers, never won anything, predictably, he wasn't very fast. Always a lot of fun to go through rocky rapids because he clattered into a lot of rocks, but he got there good and competent, and it was a pleasure to have him around.
So for all the para-athletes that we've been watching out there for the last hour or so, all the medal winners need to come up towards the medal tent to start their presentations, please. So any of the para-athletes who are in the top 3 need to make their way to the tent by the finish line.
Model of tenacity. She really is stuck with such determination to the job of getting that boat pointing in the right direction. Probably 80% of her day has been steering, 20% has been forward motion.
Yes. I
And
would
was
check
right from the
the
outset.
rigging of this boat and see if that could
change.
not be improved,
Yeah.
because that is just too much work.
Yeah.
Keeping that boat in line, pointing for and going forward.
And the wind has not been a factor. If the wind had come up as it has virtually every other day this week, it would have compounded this problem immeasurably.
Yes.
But as my discussion with Diego went, this is a sport which is evolving every day, every week. Somebody's coming up with new ideas and the technology's stepping in to make advances. So I am encouraging you to leap onto this problem. And I'm sure somewhere there is some obsessive boat designer who's going to come up with a very clever new tracking mechanisms which is going to stop this thing snaking around.
Yeah, we receive a lot of feedback from the athletes, John White being one advocating for what he thinks would help someone with his level of disability have a shot at competing fairly among very few peers he has, given that he has triple amputations. So it's good to open that dialogue, listen to what it looks like from the athlete's point of view, and see what we can do on the competition side to accommodate and improve the situation for everyone.
So she's got blocks there between the pushing the armour down further into the water?
Actually keeping her from
level.
leaning too much onto it.
Okay.
But I've never seen wooden blocks. Usually there is something
more sophisticated?
More thank you. That was the word I was lacking. Sophisticated in there. And I wonder if that's a really tight grip, or if something has loosened and has slipped and now it's not tracking well, and forcing her to spend so much time correcting her course.
Are you talking about how parallel the armour is to the...
Absolutely,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
You can see instead of pins like we saw on the all wave,
this is
these are tied with rubber tubes.
Yeah.
And depending on how good you are at tying or the conditions, these allow for more variation.
Can the athletes on course please make sure that they show the appropriate amount of respect to the athletes that are still racing? Do not let your athletes go paddling past the athletes that are racing. You wouldn't like it if you were on the course and they don't either.
Respect, please. The other discipline, thinking about it, which could possibly be attractive to para-athletes, would be wild water. There's another discipline where you are fundamentally wedged into the boat. There's a limited amount of extension of your legs because the movement is entirely from rolling the hull onto its chimes to be able to turn it. But it's also one of the most fun elements because you're on flowing water. You're just trying to paddle. It's fast. It's the exhilaration of going down rapids in a boat, and it's no steering. There's no rudder involved. It's a relatively technically simple discipline where all the steering and power is delivered by the paddle blades and the way you use them.
And that these athletes do have, right?
And I got to say, this for me, I would put low down on my fun list. Boat snaking around on flat water, Ivan, I would have lost my interest. I would have thrown my toys a long time ago, scuttled this thing to the bottom of Lake Jeltz for the fish to have.
Guys, please don't paddle around the turn by the para-athletes. Please don't do that.
I heard you.
The ITOs are onto it as well. It's not even close to being respectful. And in the same breath, if an athlete was capable of paddling a wild water boat, given the way that the outfitting wedges you into the seating area, freestyle would be an option. I've seen some of the most remarkable paddlers. I couldn't even call them a paddler because they hand paddle. They don't even use a paddle blade. They'll jump into a freestyle kayak, slip on the splash cover, the neoprene spray deck, and go into some of the most insane wild water and just play with hand paddling. It's all upper body, it's torso, you're wedged into the boat. Some of the good ones actually use a lap strap, as we've actually seen in some of these craft. And more than anything, it's fun.
That does sound like a load of fun and maybe less effort than going for your third lap.
This has got blisters written all over it.
Yeah.
Good work, Leonis. You're doing a great job, and the crowd are really appreciating what you're doing out there.
Oh, they're actually going to pass now.
And Anna Borges coming in.
So, ladies and gentlemen, sitting in the stands as she comes down to the finish line, it has been a long afternoon, but it has been a masterclass in determination and application. I think a big round of applause is really appropriate as she comes down to the line. Wraps up. There's the beep. She's finished. Claim it like a champion, because that, my dear, is what you are.
Anna Borges across the line. That was some day out. Stayed cheerful throughout. And just Leonis left on course now.
Last short lap and the finish line.
It's going to feel like a long short lap.
So for our program this afternoon, We're going to start off at 2:30 with the K1 under 23 women. That will be followed 5 minutes later, so on the course at the same time, by the C2 junior men. Then 5 minutes later, the C1 under 23 women. So that looks like 3 races on the course at one time. Few medal ceremonies thrown in, and then our final race of the day with a massive field is the K1 under 23 men, with some really big names in that.
So for the athletes that have taken part in the para-canoeing events, please would you stand by to present yourselves to the medal ceremony. First of those is going to be starting at 1:30. The last of those will be done just before 2 o'clock. So those are going to be spaced out between 1:30 and 1:55. I would ask the athletes to be on standby and to be ready to come down to the area in front of the grandstand, which is where we do the medal presentation ceremonies for the para event. So the first of those is happening at 1:30. So be on standby, buff and polish yourself into the sauna, hair, makeup, get your best version of yourself ready for the photos from the prize giving ceremony that I know are going to whiz around the world on social media. So while we are watching this final lap, just heading into lunch break here, Ivan, just for the people that have got down here, just a reminder, there is so much that has been laid on around here. You can go and try stand-up paddleboarding down at the west end of Lake Yels. There's that big bycatch thing that we were looking at, that big inflatable collection of white joists. It's actually an art exhibition, first and foremost, down at the west end.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd pay to have that as art in my house.
No, I don't expect you to put it on the coffee table.
Put it on the wall. Okay.
But have a look at it. Have a look at it and just take a deep breath. Open your mind, which I know is shutting down, as I say, art immediately.
I'm a big art lover. Like I said, we were talking earlier today, about me colouring and not going over the edges.
No, you do.
So that's, it's not like I don't appreciate good art.
And you sometimes use 2 colours.
Crayons and stuff.
Yeah. The artist involved.
I'm not seeing that as art really down there. I can see it from the window as we look out.
Okay.
And as a climbing frame and an adventure thing.
It is available as extra seating to go and watch the racing, which is good. It is available for the kids to climb on. But the artist has called it Bycatch. Designed to draw attention to art, the environment, and sustainability, he's blurring the boundaries between land and water, man-made and natural, temporary and eternal. Offers new encounters with seemingly familiar surroundings to give you food for thought. Do you buy that?
I think you swallowed a dictionary, Dave. I think.
Right,
I'm afraid my level of sophistication and appreciation of that sort of stuff.
I wonder if
I'm looking at it down there, and I think what great fun to go and climb on that. And that's
actually Lars, our director. I wonder if he can get one of our cameras to point down towards the west, down towards the left, and get us a shot of the big inflatable white plastic joists covered with a net. It'll be covered with kids at this stage in the game on a Friday afternoon, all having heaps of fun, and we can go back and let Ivan assess the artistic merits. There it is. Magnificent.
There's your art installation right there.
Bycatch.
So the kids get on there and they climb all over it, which seems like quite high risk, which I like. That you could easily lose a kid into the lake. But
no, it's not a place to hide a body. It's an art exhibition. We're talking about sustainability and integration with the environment. Man-made mixing with the natural. That's why it's floating out onto the water. It's coexistence. If you are going to put plastic on the water, it has to be usable. It has to have purpose. It has to be manageable. It's of productive use to men and their kids and spectators. But at the same time, it counters pollution and challenges to the environment. You get all that?
I think my mind's just too small to grasp all of that. I think if it does all that, I'm super impressed.
Okay, I'm
just glad there are cleverer people in the world than me because if the world was full of people like me, it'd be terrible. So it's I'm glad those people exist, and I do.
Okay, I'm taking that.
Art isn't for everyone, or each form of art isn't for everyone, is it? That's the whole point of art.
Yeah.
Some people can appreciate some of it, others other bits.
Okay, this is far more up your alley.
Go for it.
I'm going to take the bycatch off your lunchtime activity list. You're going to go and do a Viking pentathlon. Throw axes, beat swords against spears. Throw logs, lift tables, eat sweet pancakes, throw Thor's hammer. Is that more like your idea of fun?
All of those.
All of those.
All of those. That does sound quite appealing, actually.
So we're going to put you in a big fuzzy loincloth and a helmet with horns on. That all good?
I don't know. Just the image of me in a fuzzy loincloth is slightly disturbing. So maybe I'll just keep my... Can I just turn up in my ordinary clothes and go and do it? Is that you have to be Vikinged up?
You've wanted to be cool your whole life and fallen short. If you're in Yels, the fuzzy loincloth, the helmet with the horns, and the shield and the sword are mandatory.
Okay.
No sunglasses.
All in.
Sunglasses are not Viking. So if anybody wants to throw Thor's hammer at Ivan Lawler, he will be at the Viking village during the lunch break. It'll be heaps of fun.
To a wall, a wooden wall up there, while people throw axes at me.
Surely there's a game where
a lot of volunteers for that.
Surely there's a game where you stand against a wooden wall and we throw axes incredibly close to your body while you wince.
I think probably if I was pinned to a wall up there, there's a couple of people here on site who I know would love to go and throw an axe or two.
Oh, oops, sorry, Ivan.
Yeah, I mean, people, that would just be a golden opportunity. So, yeah, those people can come and we're selling tickets in the commentary area for that. So if we sell enough tickets, it will happen. So if you're one of those people who wants to throw an axe, really wants to do it, come and buy a ticket. And once we hit the magic number, the loincloth goes on.
You know, we could have Lawler here as a para-athlete next year. Can you imagine? Axe takes off a limb.
I think that the people motivated enough to throw an axe would make sure they finish the job, to be fair, Dave. I don't think they want to... They don't. The last thing you need out there is a wounded Lawler. You know, they got to do it properly, because if they don't do it properly, I'm coming for them. Here we go. We are meters away now. Leonis Frederick, probably one of the physical endurance events of the whole week, has got about 50 meters or less to go to a finish.
And would the spectators maybe start a round of applause now to get her over the line? It has been the longest afternoon of the entire week. And as a show of grit and determination, it's going to surpass virtually everything else we've seen. And she's getting that boat straight, and it's going to be a great demonstration as she crosses the line to complete her race. What?
And that is a well-deserved celebration. You have been an absolute phenomenon getting that boat round that course. Hats off to all three of those athletes in the VL boats.
I've got a great idea. She can throw the first axe at Lawler. I think that's appropriate.
I think that's fair.
I think you'd be safe too.
She's going to have tired arms. It's not going to be coming in at speed. So that concludes our pre-lunch session. We'll leave you to your own lunches, whatever that may be. And
medal ceremonies for the paras are about to start in 15 minutes, so I'm sure we'll keep the stream going for that. But lunch break and then back at your seats at...
First race this afternoon is at 2:30, so we'll be starting our broadcast at 2:15.
Og så nærmer tiden sig til medaljeoverrækkelsen til paratleterne, som vil komme herned lige om et øjeblik. Det er 1:30, der er medaljeoverrækkelse.